I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Slapping a nigga today. Oh, oh, oh. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped at that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Up the phone and called into work and heard your bitchy tone. Oh, you told me to suck it up and be a man, but I was half dead and could barely fucking stand. You never give a fuck about who it is you're hurting. And when's the last time you treated me like a person? So I'm calling in sick of your shit. I don't even have a sniffle, you're just a prick. I don't give a damn, you need to find someone to cover. That's literally your job, I'm not your fucking mother. Oh, something tells me that you'll find a way. Or God forbid you'll have to work today. Yeah, I'm calling in sick. To take a day off, there's always some excuse. Yes, your head's a little soft. Something's always due sooner. Someone didn't come in. Are we really gonna do this bullshit dance again? Now I'm putting on a raspy voice and faking a bad cough, and the doc says it's an acute case of fuck the hell off. So I'm calling in sick of your shit. I don't even need a tissue, you stuck up prick. Nobody gives a fuck about your stupid guilt trips. None of us are buying it, you silly, salty bitch. Oh, something tells me you'll get over it. Or maybe not, but I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm calling it sick. We're only playing this game because of all your abusing. Why do we even have sick days if we can't ever use them? Oh. So I'm calling it sick of your shit. I don't even need a checkup, you crazy prick. Somehow you think your complaining will get me inspired, but I'll have perfect attendance the moment you get fired. Oh, something tells me in the future that your bullshit will come back and bite you in the ass. Till then, I'm calling it sick. I've got my doctor's note right here. You can read it crystal clear, but in case you need some help, it says, hey, go fuck yourself, cause I'm calling it sick. I see you complaining about how bad your day's been. How bad your day's been. You're acting all mopey, saying your friends are all phony. But have you given thought, given time, about why you are distraught? Not a lot. I think it's time to self-reflect before you fuck your whole life up. Have you ever tried not being a prick? You're always bitching us out, and we're all sick of your shit. So I'm gonna tell you now to just get over it. Sit your ass down. Sit down. Shut the hell up. Zip it shut. Or pretty soon all your friends and family won't give a fuck. Have you ever tried not being a prick? It's a novel idea, a brand new idea. I think you've never considered. You've never considered. Your mouth's hanging open, and you look fucking bewildered. But if I know you, and I'm sure I do. I sure do. I doubt anything I'm saying has a real chance to get through. Have you ever tried not being a prick? Your girlfriend left cause she was sick of your shit, and everyone you work with prays that you would quit. Sit your ass down. Sit down. Shut the hell up. Zip it shut. Or pretty soon all your friends and family won't give a fuck. Ever tried not being a prick? You shouldn't have to think twice. Is it that fucking hard to be nice? And I have my doubts. The words I'm sorry could ever possibly come out of your mouth. Have you ever tried not being a prick? You're always saying we should go out, then you never pay for shit. Everyone we know thinks you're a whiny little bitch. Sit your ass down. Sit down. Shut the hell up. Zip it shut. Or pretty soon.
Well, I'm a moral man. I've got fear and a moral man with a plan. I go to church on Sunday, help my mama out with groceries, yeah. Everyone knows I'm a dignified and decent fella. Ooh, yeah, but sometimes I get the itch when a dumb broad gives me shit to raise my hand and just all out smack a bitch. Yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. I'm a good and decent man, but sometimes I can't withstand a stupid two-timing hoe talking back at me, and that's when I raise my hand. Yeah, everyone knows my name. They say, man, what a good Christian he became. Yeah, I always drop some change when I see a man on the street in pain. I'm a real giving type cat. Ooh, yeah, I do my best to please the Lord, but that don't mean I won't deck a whore. Yeah, when she burns my dinner, ever think she's equal or is all up in my ear? But yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yes, I'm a good and decent man, but sometimes I can't withstand a stupid two-timing hoe talking back at me, and that's when I raise my hand. Yeah, everyone knows my name. They say, man, what a good Christian he became. Yeah, I always drop some change when I see a man on the street in pain. I'm a real giving type cat. Ooh, yeah, I do my best to please the Lord, but that don't mean I won't deck a whore. Yeah, when she burns my dinner, ever think she's equal or is all up in my ear? But yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, what can I say? I'm as good a man as they make today. I pray to the Lord and I avoid the big seven, but far as I know, smacking a hoe don't keep you out of heaven, baby. Baby, ooh, yeah, sometimes you gotta smack a bitch. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. You know, what can I say? I'm as good a man as they make today. I pray to the Lord and I avoid the big seven, but far as I know, smacking a hoe don't keep you out of heaven, baby. You know I'm a God-fearing and moral man. I take care of my own and I'm always there to lend a helping hand. Yeah, I go to church and I be praying to the Lord, helping out my neighbors and being a good influence on this world. You know I'm a dignified man, baby, and I'll be taking care of all your needs. But sometimes you get to bitching, and that's when I say this marriage shit just ain't for me. Cause see, I was raised to respect me a lady, but that damn sure don't mean I ain't got it in me to cause you some tragedy, baby. Yeah, you know, every once in a while I'll be giving you a smack, but sometimes that mouth keeps a running, and that's when I just about snap. Cause baby, this man, he can't take no more of that bitching and complaining. The more you hop on my ass, the more you got me saying, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She be running that damn mouth, bitching and needing me. Lord, I've had it up to here. Yeah, she done got me saying, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She gon' tumble down them stairs, she gonna hit them brakes and they ain't gonna work. Yeah, she gon' keep hopping on this here man and find her ass in a world of hurt. Lord, I've been a man that be living in your image. I'm as good as they come, and my principles be strong. Yeah, they ain't timid. Everyone around, they know my name. They be saying, Reggie's the best man to know. And what a God-fearing Christian he done became. But Lord Jesus, this bitch, she be putting my nerve to the test. My faith be strong, but this bitch about to find herself in some eternal rest. Cause what's a man to do when a smack just don't work and that mouth that keeps her running? That's when you know it's time to go to the next level. Take this bitch to them stairs or something. Yeah, I say, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She be running that damn mouth, bitching and needing, and Lord, I've had it up to here. Yeah, it done got me saying, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She gon' tumble down them stairs, she gonna hit them brakes, but they ain't gonna work. Yeah, she gon' keep hopping on this here man and find her ass in a world of hurt. Baby, yeah, you used to be one fine ass heavenly dame. But now with that motor mouth you got, bitch, you playing one dangerous game. Cause I ain't a man to take no disrespect, just a lying down. And pretty soon, baby, you gon' find yourself fucking around and find it out. Yeah, you got me about to say, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She be running that damn mouth, bitching and needing, and Lord, I've had it up to here. Yeah, it done got me saying, Lord Jesus, this bitch about to have herself an accident. She gon' tumble down them stairs, she gonna hit them brakes, but they ain't gonna work. Yeah, she gon' keep hopping on this here man and find her ass in a world of hurt. Baby, yeah, you used to be one fine ass heavenly dame. But now with that motor mouth you got, bitch, you playing one dangerous game. Cause I ain't a man to take no disrespect.
We're here. We're here to watch some things, watch many things, some things to watch. Maybe you'll join me to watch them, maybe you won't. But who gives a fuck what you do?
This episode is brought to you by Curiosity Stream.
Who gives a fuck what you do?
Curiosity Stream, a subscription streaming service that offers over 2,000 documentaries and non-fiction titles, unlimited access starting at just $2.99 a month and 30 days for free if you sign up through the link below and use the channel code Biographics. More on that in a bit.
Who cares what you do?
Here is a question for you. What would you call a man who spends all day as eagerly brown-nosing his superiors as he does bullying those below him? A man who swears like a sailor, gropes his secretaries, and is so obsessed with toilet humour that he considers it the height of hilarity to make employees watch him urinate. Would you call him crude, boorish, an abuser? Or would you call him a great man, a reformist hero? When talking about the 36th president, the answer is, well, all of those things. Born in Texas in 1908, Lyndon B. Johnson was a strange and complex man. Elevated to the presidency following John F. Kennedy's assassination, Johnson was notorious for treating those around him like trash, mere decoration to his relentless pursuit of power. He bullied staffers, exposed himself to colleagues, and emotionally abused everyone. Yet he was also the president who forced through the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts, ended segregation, and re-enfranchised millions of non-white Americans. Both an ogre and a saint, a monster and a man. This is the fascinating tale of Lyndon Johnson, America's most complicated president. When Lyndon Baines Johnson was born on the 27th of August 1908, there was almost no bigger backwater than Texas Hill Country. The first of 5 children, Johnson grew up in a house with no electricity in a world in which indoor plumbing was probably slang for genitalia. But while the family lived in circumstances best described as humble, they were nobodies. Johnson's father, Sam Ely Johnson Jr., was a one-time member of the State House of Representatives. Among his ancestors, Sam could count both Texas revolutionaries and Confederate soldiers. But Sam was also a dreamer, with little head for business. By the time Johnson was born, Dad had already sent the family into debt with cotton market speculation. The indignity of being from an educated family on hard times seems to have seeped its way into Johnson's soul. For his entire life, the 36th president would be alternately morose and prickly about what happened to his daddy. Still, the family's fortunes recovered enough that in 1913, Sam was able to move into a bigger house in Johnson City. But this was only an improvement in Texas Hill Country terms. Johnson still had to ride a mule 3 miles to his one-room school each day. Yet, even at this early age, the boy was getting a taste for politics. In 1918, Sam decided to run for his old seat in the Texas House of Representatives. He brought his boy along on the campaign. Aged only 10, Johnson got his first look at the rough-and-tumble world of electoral politics. When his daddy won, it made a big impact. A little while after, the boy told his classmates, "You know, someday I'm going to be President of the United States." By the early 1920s, the now teenage Johnson was sitting in on legislative sessions watching Sam work. Unfortunately, the early 20s was also when the US plunged into its sharpest recession yet. Sam, who'd reinvested in cotton, lost everything again. Johnson would later say that he decided then and there that I was not going to be the victim of a system which would allow the price of a commodity like cotton to drop and destroy the homes of people like my own family. However, he did very little to actually escape the system. In 1924, Johnson graduated as president of his 6-pupil class and applied to Southwest Texas State Teachers College, only to be rejected and see his life grind to a miserable halt. By now, the boy had grown into a huge man of 6'3" who weighed 200 pounds. So when he responded to his college rejection by turning to drinking and fighting, you better believe that he caused a ruckus. Arrested after a brawl, Johnson left Texas in bitterness, buying a car with 5 friends and heading to California. But he fared little better in the Sunshine State, where he failed to make any friends. He was just too certain that people were looking down on him. Not physically, that would have been difficult, but for his rural background, his vulgar ways. For the rest of his life, Johnson would never escape his insecurities about who he was and where he came from. After 3 aimless years, Johnson reapplied for college in 1927. This time, he was accepted and began studying to be a teacher. As part of his training, he was assigned to a Mexican-American school in Cotulla, Texas. What he saw there would shake the bitter giant to his core. The school was a dump. The children lived in poverty so grinding it made Johnson's own upbringing seem positively luxurious. It wasn't long after that Johnson made a crucial decision. Forget teaching. He was going to go into politics. In 1931, Sam's political friend Richard Kleberg announced that he would run for Congress. Johnson, already looking for ways out of the teaching world, quit to help the campaign. This move kick-started his career. After Kleberg won Texas's 14th congressional district, he invited Johnson to accompany him to Washington, D.C. Johnson didn't so much grasp at this opportunity as he did pull it into a gigantic bear hug and wrestle it to the ground. For the next 2 years, Johnson spent every waking moment learning the ropes on Capitol Hill. The sense of power seems to have intoxicated him. He barely slept, instead digging deep into congressional protocol and furiously sucking up to anyone and everyone. This included fellow Texan Sam Rayburn. While it was their shared origin that drew Johnson and Rayburn together, it was Rayburn's connections to the establishment that kept the younger man hanging on his every word. In no time at all, this friendship would pay Johnson dividends, but not before he'd made some major changes to his private life. When Johnson announced in 1934 that he was going to marry Claudia Alter Taylor, better known by her childhood nickname Lady Bird, it must have caused a few raised eyebrows. Johnson was notorious for having an overactive sex drive. How, his friends must have wondered, was Johnson going to keep his Johnson tucked away for marriage? The simple answer was that he wasn't. Throughout his married life, Johnson would cheat on Lady Bird with a frequency as regular as it was depressing. Not that Johnson's bad behavior did any damage to his career. Under Sam Rayburn's wing, Johnson began to shine. When FDR's New Deal set up a national youth administration in every state to provide jobs and educate the young, Rayburn ensured his protege became the Texas director. But don't go thinking Johnson's only skill was his commitment to licking every butt that crossed his path. As Texas National Youth Administration Director, Johnson did a sterling job. For 2 years, he put in heart attack-inducing hours to make sure that his program overperformed. Ever since he'd witnessed real poverty in the Cotulla School, Johnson had felt a kinship with America's dispossessed. He may have been a power-hungry horn dog, but he was also one that wanted to help. By February 1937, Johnson's work had made him famous in Texas. So when a special election was held in his home district, Johnson was a shoo-in. He convinced Lady Bird to sink $10,000 of her own inheritance into his campaign, which is about $180,000 in today's money, and he promoted himself as a supporter of the New Deal. The election was a cakewalk. That year, aged just 28, Johnson returned to the House, no longer an aide, but a representative. One of his first victories was finally bringing electricity to Texas Hill Country. Until the day he died, Johnson would insist that that was his greatest achievement. But Johnson wasn't happy to stop at a seat in the House. In 1941, Texas Senator Morris Shepherd and his replacement, Andrew Jackson Houston, both obligingly died, leaving a seat wide open. Johnson declared he had run for it, certain that he was going to win. But this time, he was going to meet his match. W. Lee Pappy O'Daniel was Texas's populist governor and a stunning weasel. When Johnson dabbled in voter fraud during the primary, Pappy responded by pulling off fraudulent voting on a breathtaking scale. Unable to compete, Johnson was forced to watch in horror as the Senate seat he felt was his birthright just slipped through his fingers. In the aftermath of his defeat, Johnson pulled some strings and had himself made a lieutenant commander in the Navy. Maybe he wanted to bolster his public image. Maybe he just wanted to shake off the bitter taste of losing. Unfortunately, that Navy was about to be dragged into the biggest war in history. But before we get into that war, I want to take a quick moment to tell you about today's sponsor, CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is a subscription streaming service that offers over 2,000 documentaries and non-fiction titles from some of the world's best filmmakers, including exclusive originals. Now, if you're enjoying this one, then why not try out CuriosityStream for free and check out their docuseries called American Icons. This has some fantastic short documentaries and some of America's most notable historic people. So if you're enjoying this video, I think that's something you really shouldn't miss and something you can watch for free. CuriosityStream is available on many platforms. There's a web app, Roku, Android, Xbox One, smart TVs, iOS, Chromecast. The list just goes on. If you've got a device, you're probably going to be able to watch CuriosityStream on it. It's also available worldwide, so none of that geo-restriction nonsense that you sometimes run into with streaming platforms. You can get unlimited access starting at just $2.99 a month, and for you guys, the first 30 days are completely free if you sign up at curiositystream.com/biographics and use the special promo code biographics during the sign-up process. That is a great way to support this show. It's a great way to keep me making more videos, and I just think CuriosityStream's a great fit for videos like this. I mean, we make educational content, they make educational content. Great fit. And let's get back to today's video. Until the day he died, Lyndon Johnson would proudly wear his Silver Star. Awarded in 1942, it showed that he'd served under hostile fire, a distinction that marked him out from most of his fellow congressmen. What it didn't show was that he'd only ever flown a single mission. While hundreds of thousands of others were sent off to die in the waters of the Pacific, Representative Johnson was able to earn his medal and then be all like, well, that was fun. Bye, guys. Medals aside, the war was good for Johnson in other ways as well. He shrewdly invested in new war technologies, turning a substantial profit. By the time he returned to Congress, he was wealthy and he was decorated. But he was also precarious. In the aftermath of the war, Johnson ran for his 6th House term. Although he won, he was shaken up by the way his opponents painted him as a war profiteer who'd got rich while others died. If his career was going to continue, he'd need to escape the House fast. Luckily, an opportunity was about to present itself. In the summer of 1948, one of Texas's 2 Senate seats again fell empty. The frontrunner for it was Coke Stevenson, a man so beloved in Texas that he was literally known as Mr. Texas. But Johnson had learned his lesson from his earlier failed Senate bid. This time, he would get that seat, no matter what. To say Johnson played dirty would be an insult to dirt. He engaged in voter fraud so massive it could probably be seen from space. There's even a rumor that he tried to paint Stevenson as someone a little too friendly with his pet pigs. But it was the voter fraud that carried the day. 3 extremely suspicious tallies at the last minute swung the race. Johnson won by 87 votes out of nearly a million cast. He also won himself the ironic nickname Landslide Lyndon. But what did Johnson care? He'd set his sights on a Senate seat, and he'd won it. Nor was he content to stop there. In no time at all, Lyndon Johnson was going to rise so fast even Lyndon Johnson would be surprised, and things got rolling in 1950. That year, the Republicans toppled many of the Democrat old guard in the Senate. With his seniors gone, Johnson was able to get promoted to Democratic whip. This meant he was perfectly poised when the 1952 election felled even more senior Democrats. In the aftermath, the Democrats made Lyndon Johnson minority leader. The upshot, when the Democrats took the Senate in 1954, Johnson, aged only 46, automatically became majority leader, the youngest person to hold the role in history. But almost as soon as he reached the top of the Senate, Johnson almost lost everything. In mid-1955, the chronic smoker suffered a heart attack so massive it was described as the worst a man could have and still live. In the aftermath, Johnson was confined to his house for months, where he fell into a deep depression. Those who knew him say that he spent those black months wondering what would have happened if he'd died, what his obituary would have said. And he came to a terrifying conclusion. It would say, here is a man who wanted power for power's sake and got what he wanted. He did nothing for anyone else, and soon no one will remember him. When Johnson finally returned to work, he was a changed man. He quit smoking, started trying to lose weight, but the changes were more than superficial. From now on, Johnson would no longer pursue power merely for power's sake. He would use it to change the way people saw him, to change the way that they would remember him. In doing so, he would also change history. The rest of Johnson's Senate career reads like a cross between an inspirational Lifetime TV movie and the arrest record
Not a fan of Johnson, too, was.
If Johnson had already had a reputation as a bully, as Senate
He gave
Majority
you civil
Leader,
rights.
he was 1,000 times worse. He liked to force his
You're only
secretaries
here
to
because
take
of
notes
Johnson.
while he urinated, occasionally showing them his organ and
You vote
declaring,
Democrat.
"Have you ever seen anything as big as this?" He scratched his private parts while speaking on the Senate floor, threatened those who stood in his way. Speaking of threats, Senate Democrats soon learned to fear the Johnson treatment. Anyone who might break ranks was taken to one side. There, this giant of a man would trap them in a corner and repeatedly jab them in the chest with his finger, threatening them with worse and worse fates, until they finally cracked. It was unpleasant, it was unacceptable. Yet it was also effective. Under Johnson, the Senate Democrats became a united army, and Johnson used this military discipline to do undeniably great things. With his old mentor Sam Rayburn, now Speaker of the House, Johnson pushed through bills most Democrats would have previously never dreamed of voting for. In 1957, he forced through Eisenhower's Civil Rights Act, the first civil rights legislation passed since Reconstruction. While Eisenhower was the driving force, passing the bill would have been impossible without Johnson. He was able to soothe the fears of his fellow Southerners. When that didn't work, he simply browbeat them into submission. By 1960, Johnson's reputation in the Senate had grown so vast that he felt confident enough to take part in the Democratic primaries. His only serious opponent was some Catholic greenhorn from Massachusetts. You can almost imagine Johnson giving a snort of laughter. A Catholic leading the Democrats? This was going to be easy. But of course, Johnson had miscalculated. John Fitzgerald Kennedy may have been both Catholic and young, but he was anything but green. JFK absolutely crushed the primary. Johnson, whose plan had involved not actively campaigning but simply hoovering up delegates thanks to his Senate reputation, was left eating the young man's dust. Come summer, the telegenic senator from Massachusetts was his party's candidate. Almost an afterthought, JFK offered Johnson the VP place on his ticket. To everyone's amazement, Johnson said yes. It turned out to be a shrewd move on both of their parts. Despite his disappointment in not being top of the ticket, Johnson campaigned like hell. In the South, his presence calmed Democrats skittish about Kennedy's northern roots.
Actually does make a lot of sense. It sounds racist
that
at
November,
first.
JFK won the presidency
simple
by the
mind,
closest
but
margin since 1916.
if black people would have stayed in their own little communities with their own stores, their own shit, their money would have stayed amongst them, and they could have built wealth. But instead,
although Kennedy
big corporations full of white people came in
policy, he kept the
and set up their
Texan
businesses and
firmly out of his
extracted the
circle. All of
money.
Johnson's insecurities
Now they got all the
came
money.
bubbling back up. He envied Kennedy's slick charm, raged that his own Southern backgrounds meant that he was looked down on. He wasn't wrong. Bobby Kennedy openly regarded him as an uncouth hick. But Johnson was also frustrated that his decades of congressional experience weren't being put to use. When JFK introduced a sweeping civil rights bill in 1963, it stagnated precisely because Kennedy was unwilling to engage in the kind of horse trading that Johnson was so adept at. By that November, Lyndon Johnson was frustrated, disillusioned, and likely unsure what future he had left. As he travelled to his home state with the president, he might have wondered if he would ever fulfill his dream of being a great man of history, of being remembered. Well, he needn't have worried. Fate was about to throw him a helping hand in the bloodiest and most tragic way possible. Lyndon Johnson's life changed forever at 12:30 p.m. on November the 22nd, 1963. The vice president was riding just 2 cars behind as Kennedy was shot. By the time Johnson reached the hospital, the president had been pronounced dead. Barely 2 hours later, 2:38 p.m., Johnson took the oath of office on board Air Force One. Lady Bird and Jacqueline Kennedy were at his side. Below in the cargo hold, the remains of John Fitzgerald Kennedy waited to be flown back to Washington. That same afternoon, Johnson gave his first speech as president. "I will do my best," he told the shocked nation. "That is all I can do." The days that followed were a maelstrom of confusion. On November the 24th, Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald. That same day, Johnson appointed the Warren Commission to investigate. Behind the scenes, too, things were in turmoil. Johnson chose not to replace any of JFK's cabinet, giving the grieving nation a sense of continuity. But there was still the weird, uncomfortable drama of moving Jackie and the family out of the White House and Johnson and Lady Bird in. One advisor said that the sight of JFK's rocking chair being taken out just as Johnson's cowboy saddle was brought in made him comprehend the enormity of what had happened. Yet in the midst of the crisis, Johnson's political cunning did not desert him. Southern Democrats had stalled Kennedy's civil rights bill to the point of killing it. But Johnson realized that were he to pin the act on the memory of the slain president, no one would dare oppose it. In a heated debate during the early hours of November the 27th, Johnson's advisors begged him not to do it, not to squander his goodwill as JFK's successor on rights for Negroes.
He's like,
well,
we'll get it
what
passed.
the hell's the presidency for?
We'll say it's in the memory that nobody will say nothing
then.
then.
Johnson reframed
You
the
look
Civil
like a
Rights
piece of
Act
shit
as
if you say
Kennedy's
so.
legacy. He began pushing
See,
it
Democrats
forward,
been doing that shit
daring
for a long
Congress
time.
to stand against him. That spring, 1964, the House passed a version of the act even stronger than what JFK had envisaged. Southern Democrats were horrified, and so were Johnson's staff. It was election year. Civil rights were a vote loser. Why not wait until after November? But Johnson knew it was now or never. Over the next few months, Johnson hammered away at the Senate. Rather than play it safe, he chased down every damn bastard and made sure that he got his vote. As a Southern senator later said, "We could have beaten John Kennedy on civil rights, but not Lyndon Johnson." Or more accurately, not a Lyndon Johnson who was cynically, brilliantly using Kennedy's memory to get what he wanted. At last, following a near-record 83-day filibuster by Southerners, the bill cleared the Senate. On July the 2nd, 1964, Lyndon B. Johnson sat down in front of an audience including luminaries like Martin Luther King and signed the Civil Rights Act into law. The most significant piece of legislation passed in post-war America, the Civil Rights Act ended Jim Crow segregation and the rights of employers to discriminate on grounds of race. While racism would still infect many parts of US society, it was a massive step in the right direction. Later that day, Johnson remarked to an aide, "It is an important gain, but I think we just delivered the South to the Republican Party for a long time to come." Yet he still signed the bill, despite knowing it would hobble his party, despite knowing it would cost him re-election. That right there, that is why, despite all the bullying, all the nastiness, there are still people who respect the 36th president.
Not T. West.
In the end, the Civil Rights Act didn't hurt Johnson's re-election chances at all. The Republicans made the mistake of nominating Barry Goldwater, a guy so right-wing the Democrats easily painted him as a trigger-happy extremist. That November, Johnson won the presidency with 61% of the popular vote, still the highest margin in history. Johnson took his landslide as a mandate to transform the country. He declared a war on poverty, increased welfare, established Medicaid and Medicare, began the Head Start program in schools, appointed the first African Americans to both the US Cabinet and the Supreme Court. He built new homes and granted huge tracts of wilderness federal protection. As far as Johnson was concerned, he was picking up where the New Deal left off, creating what he called the Great Society. Some of it, like Head Start, is still widely used today. Yet while it would be social programs that built his legacy, in his era, Johnson would be known for two things: war and race relations. And let's start with race relations. Despite the Civil Rights Act, a whole bunch of southern states were still doing what they could to keep non-white people from participating in democracy. On a state level, this often played out with ridiculous voter registration laws, which used the fig leaf of literacy tests to disenfranchise millions of black Americans. So Johnson did what Johnson did best. Using his gigantic frame and uncouth personality as a weapon, he bullied, pressured, and browbeat Congress into passing the 1965 Voting Rights Act. As one slightly hyperbolic source put it, Abraham Lincoln struck off the chains of black Americans. It was Johnson who led them into the voting booths. Of course, this telling ignores all the black activists on the ground doing the hardest work of all and getting the bruises to show for it. Bruises because Johnson's presidency was plagued by race riots. Over 4 long, hot summers from 1965 to 1968, race riots exploded everywhere from LA to Ohio to Washington, D.C. When Johnson set up the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, they returned with a stark warning. Thanks to decades of inequality, America was in danger of dividing into two societies, one white and one black.
They've been doing that for a long time, see?
This was appalling news. But if racial tensions were running high in the cities, things were even worse abroad. After swearing on the campaign trail not to increase the US presence in Vietnam, Johnson opened his first full term with a massive influx of soldiers and bombing raids. By 1968, over 500,000 US servicemen would be in Vietnam in a conflict that would eventually claim over 58,000 American lives and millions of Vietnamese. As the war grew, Johnson's popularity dropped, eventually plummeting to 40%. Everywhere he went, the president would encounter protesters chanting, "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" But while by 1968 the honeymoon period was definitely over, Johnson still wasn't done. Constitutionally, he had a right to run for another full term. And why not? He was unpopular, but no more so than Harry Truman had been when he'd pulled off his surprise 1948 win. But Johnson wasn't going to have a chance to put his legendary campaign skills to the test.
So if the president gets killed and you become the president, and then you can run twice still, even though you became the president and finished that term, and then you won the next one, you can still run again and have a third term. What if the president gets killed like early on in his term, and you in there for most of the 4 years? How the fuck does that work?
Dawned something was about to happen that would make his chances of another term sink from unlikely to utterly impossible. In terms of losing the battle but winning the propaganda war, it's hard to think of a more successful campaign than the Tet Offensive. Starting in January 1968, the Viet Cong engaged in a whirlwind of kamikaze attacks, bringing carnage in their wake. Militarily, it was useless. One estimate puts the North Vietnamese casualties as high as 100,000. But in terms of optics, oh boy, was it ever a winner. Caught on the back foot, the Johnson White House was left unable to explain the sudden increase in Americans coming home in body bags. In its failure to win a war, it had said was almost over. Less than a month later, the Democratic primaries got underway in New Hampshire. Outside challenger Eugene McCarthy managed to net 41% of the vote, a huge blow to any sitting president. By now, Johnson could barely leave the White House without getting booed or heckled. Then Bobby Kennedy announced that he would be entering the race, and Johnson realized that the game was over. He could have maybe bounced back, Truman-style, from an unpopular war in 1967, but after the Tet Offensive, he was toast. On March the 31st, 1968, Lyndon B. Johnson made a surprise TV announcement. As well as instructing the military to begin peace talks with North Vietnam, he declared that he would not seek a second term as president. Any elation Democrats felt at Johnson's exit was quickly countered by a series of disasters. Just days later, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, sparking a fresh wave of rioting. 2 months after that, Bobby Kennedy was shot dead in California. When the Democratic Convention finally met in August, massive riots and battles with police all contributed to the feeling of a country slipping out of control. Come November, the electorate voted for the man who promised law and order, Richard Nixon. Lyndon Johnson left office under a cloud of abysmal approval ratings and a recent Republican landslide. He retired back to his ranch in Texas, but it wasn't a long life post-presidency. On January the 22nd, 1973, Lyndon Johnson died of a heart attack. He was 64. Today, the Lyndon Johnson legacy is a complicated one. While the similarly unpopular Truman would be reassessed as one of America's greatest presidents, opinion on Johnson still goes up and down like some sort of demented yo-yo. On the one hand, he was a prize-winning arsehole, a guy who would slip his hand up a secretary's skirt, who would reduce his staffers to tears, and who wasn't afraid of using physical violence. On the other hand, he genuinely did care about America's racial minorities. In the alternative universe where JFK survives Dallas, you have a weaker Civil Rights Act and no Voting Rights Act at all. The legacy of Johnson, then, is a mixed one, both truly great and truly awful, depending on which part you're looking at. But then, you couldn't have one without the other. It was Johnson's bad side, his terrible ego, that drove him to the top, that made him desperate to be remembered. Yet it was only thanks to that dark drive that he was eventually able to end Jim Crow. For all his myriad faults, Lyndon Johnson wound up being that rare beast, a demonstrably bad man who devoted his life to doing good. His legacy may be a complex one, but without him, America would undoubtedly be a worse place than it is today. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do hit that thumbs up button below. Don't forget to subscribe for brand new videos several times a week.
Your thoughts
Thank you for watching.
He saved you. You'd be in chains right now, one for that man. You gotta show her some respect to that man.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News. Ground News is an app that is dedicated to fighting misinformation and biased news, which I think we all know is a bit of a...
Previously on Some More News.
We got 3 videos here. This is actually...
The time is near. Corn cream's coming down. Big corn cream day in the studio. What I mean is that there's literally corn cream gooping down the walls, filling the walls, gooping me up. And hey, speaking of trickling down, here's some goop news. The Republican National Convention is trickling down the leg of America next week to collect in a pool in Milwaukee. And splashing around in the middle of it once again, for some reason, is Donald John Obius Trump, the wettest trickle of them all. While his unique brand of hooting populism has shown diminishing returns in the last several elections, the sun-kissed piss gnome, everyone's favorite sun-kissed piss mascot, will no doubt clinch the Republican nomination for president, despite the fact that he was recently convicted of 34 felonies in the state of New York. And here is some not at all news. Since Trump's first and, so far, only political victory, the Republican Party has seemingly shifted more and more to the right. Some might say disturbingly so. And in that process, policies that made people support the Democratic Party in the first place are also getting left behind. Stuff like social programs and education and laws that forbid children from being consumed by meatpacking machinery before their 17th birthday. Democrats are like Chet Hanks DJing a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. Nobody's getting anything they want, and everybody is very upset. Even Big Maine. After all, Deregulation is one of the Republican Party's favorite songs, and they play it every chance they get. One recent example is when the Trump administration waged a noble war against environmental protections, rolling back over 100 regulations during his first term, while claiming, as they always do, that regulations hurt business. And business, we all agree, is the most important thing. And you know, this whole thing feels very familiar, actually. And not just in a 2016 or 2020 or an evil prophecy way. The Republican Party has completely reshaped itself around a populist media star candidate before in order to retake power after a string of Democratic victories. To get Carter, if you will, but the Stallone version. A racist celebrity who is aggressively anti-union, who botched the response to a national public health crisis, and who ballooned the national debt despite claiming it was a major problem and using it against his opponents. And when this candidate won the presidency, it threw the Democratic Party into a terminal panic that has been slowly playing out ever since. All of this has happened before. Spooky Cylons. In fact, everything we're experiencing right now, from the extreme wage gap to the rise of neoliberalism to the string of disappointing ass presidents, can be laid at the feet of one man, either directly or as a progression of his policies. Deja vu for you and Marty McFly too, the man who Ronald so Trump could Donald, Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Yep, the him. Ronald Actor. It's time for a Reagan episode. Dare I say, the Reagan episode.
It's also Ronald Reagan.
The Curse of Ronald Reagan. Now, I know what you're thinking, because my mind thirsts. You're thinking, duh, Cody, everybody knows Ronald Reagan ruined everything, and then you turn your hat around backwards, no need, it already was, and you skateboard away because you're so fucking cool. For people under the age of 40, Reagan is more like a mascot than an actual person. We know what he represents, and it's fun to throw stuff at him. But like, how much stuff did he ruin, and what stuff specifically? And while it may be obvious to all you shouties that he sucked harder than Colossus's fleshlight, Reagan is generally popular. He's still remembered fondly by a lot of people, and not just far-right goofballs. In fact, there is a Reagan movie coming out this year, just in time for the election, with Dennis Quaid playing the lead role. And it is, by all accounts, embarrassingly driven by the same reverence you'd normally reserve for Abraham Lincoln saving a flaming truck full of blind puppies. Bluppies.
Ronnie, remember when we met? You told me that you wanted to make a difference in this world. You know what you have to do.
Governor Reagan again, typically, is against such a proposal.
There you go again.
But he was not afraid to take us on.
There's nothing a retired governor can do about the
Obviously,
Soviets,
Byron.
but a president.
Now he can do a thing or two.
You see the
That's
title,
right, folks.
Byron.
From the
You can't
director
read,
of Orphan
Byron.
Horse and the writer of God's Not Dead, A Light in Darkness,
Byron.
comes a totally objective and not at all propaganda look at Reagan's legacy. Get your tickets today.
2025,
Fun fact,
Byron,
that
come
movie was
on.
announced in 2010, as in 14 years ago, and has been in production hell on account of nobody wanting to finance a film about Reagan. And that's probably because this film, as well as the perceived accomplishments of Reagan, were nostalgic more than they were factual. While he typically scored well on questions about his character and likability, Reagan's approval rating hovered around 53%, which is pretty mid-tier. If that was his kill-death ratio, you'd wait to see who else was on before inviting him to your fire team in Call of Duty, a video game that featured Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Yep, that one. Don't get me wrong, Reagan was very popular when he was president. His time in office began with a landslide win in 1980. Dude won 44 states. That is a devastating victory. Although the popular vote was somewhat narrower, securing 51% of the vote to Jimmy Carter's 41%, which is still a lot. Reagan would go on to win re-election with 59% of the popular vote and an even more devastating 49 states. So while his approval rating wasn't very high, Americans still overwhelmingly chose him to lead the country. I guess that either speaks to how unpopular his opponents were, or how strong his election game was, or maybe some other factor involving a genie wish. And while his approval rating was low, it has actually increased in retrospective polls in the decades since he left office, jumping up a full 20 points to 73% in 2002, just 2 years before his death, which I had nothing to do with. The point is, there is a myth of Ronald Reagan that has been gradually glorified more and more over the years, partially by people conflating their memories of Reagan's folksy charm with his performance in the White House, but also by those seeking to justify the continuation of his policies and to push a return to the politics of the era. Put another way, the GOP has been chasing the Reagan administration since the man shuffled out of office in 1989, and it's in their best interest for us to remember it fondly. And so today's episode is about dispelling the myth, and in turn pointing out just how many things that Ronald Reagan screwed up for this country. So many things. Look at the runtime of this episode. It's all about these things. So tuck that little nug of info away in your backwards hat and let it trickle down into your brain. Trickle down like Reaganomics. We've been talking about him the whole time! And hey, no better place to start than his, big quotes, best accomplishment. Reaganomics was a failure. So the majority of Reagan's policies align with a political philosophy called neoliberalism, a broad term that essentially refers to a reactionary shift from New Deal liberalism. Whereas New Deal liberalism believes the government should be heavily involved in business regulation, public goods, and social programs. Neoliberalism is the view that the government should provide minimal programs and services and let the free market regulate itself. If you're thinking, that just sounds like a Republican, you're right. And Reagan's signature policy, the belle of the ball, the nitro to whatever the rest of the American gladiators were called, was Reaganomics. Also known as supply-side economics, this is basically the Santa Claus of the Republican Party, a fairy tale they invented to disguise who is actually paying for everything year after year. The concept has a few other nicknames, including trickle-down economics and voodoo economics, and that last one should give you an idea of how much magical thinking is required to have it make any kind of sense. So, here's a visual aid.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Cody, don't you dare introduce another puppet.
Hey, I'll stop making puppets when you clean out all this corn cream. It's in the walls, Katie.
I have no clue what you're talking about, but this is the last puppet. I'm sick of puppets.
Show you who's a puppet. You're a puppet. I'm not a puppet. You're a puppet. Anyway, when former actor and California Governor Ronald Reagan took the reins as the 40th President of the United States of America and ruler of all its mighty cowboys, voodoo economics was one of his signature platforms. So it felt appropriately spicy to use a little voodoo Reagan to keep a tally of just how many truly evil things he did while in office, and how problems in 2024 can be forwarded to his inbox in Valhalla, or whichever plane of torment you believe in. That one's just for me. You don't have to worry about it. He knows what he did. Anyway, time to opie those lobies, shodies, because we're going to talk about economic theory. All right, let's get another one in there. Yeah. When Reagan took office in 1981, he inherited a struggling economy and a high unemployment rate, which peaked around 11% by 1982, Reagan's second year in office. The 70s may have seen the release of a lot of awesome movies like Star Wars, The Godfather, Jaws, and hopefully one day, The Godfather Jaws Wars. I've been leaving that script all over town, and people like it. It's good. You think it's... They're nodding in my head, so... check it out. But otherwise, it was kind of a tough decade for Americans. The gas shortage and subsequent rationing was just one of many issues. Inflation and interest rates were high, and there was an increasing budget deficit in the federal government. Reagan's proposed solution was supply-side economics, a controversial economic theory which argues that tax cuts will encourage economic expansion, thereby broadening the amount of taxable things over time. Basically, taking less money individually, but from a pool that is gradually getting larger. The entire principle hinges on the idea that giving the super wealthy generous tax cuts will incentivize them to spend more of their money rather than save it, thus leading to more jobs, more revenue, a robust clown harvest, and so on. Reagan specifically pushed the Laffer curve, an unproven theory developed by University of Chicago economist Arthur Laffer, which suggests that lowering taxes at certain levels will somehow increase tax revenue overall. If that concept seems to defy how math works, allow me to stress the word unproven. Because even though this has been the guiding principle of Republican economic policy ever since Reagan ripped his first jelly bean fart in the Oval Office, we've never seen any evidence that it's true or will actually work in practice. Which is strange. The Laffer curve was apparently first drawn on a cocktail napkin for Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld. So you'd think the theory would be airtight. That story probably isn't true, but it's the version they tell everyone, which kind of feels like a prank. Incidentally, Laffer served as an advisor for Reagan, helped Donald Trump draft the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, and was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his efforts. In other words, we are still under the thumb of Reaganomics and the Laffer curve, despite 40 years of evidence that it's total bullshit. Haha. Oh, and to be clear, they know it's bullshit. They just hope we'll believe it. You see what I mean? Santa Claus. The thinking at the time was that significant cuts in government spending would make up for the revenue lost by tax cuts, or at least that's how Reaganomics was sold to voters.
I know the tax portion of our package is of concern to some of you, but let me make a few points that I feel have been overlooked. First of all, it should be looked at as an integral part of the entire package, not something separate and apart from the budget reductions, the regulatory relief, and the monetary restraints. Probably the most common misconception is that we're proposing to reduce government revenues to less than what the government has been receiving. This is not true. Actually, the discussion has to do with how much of a tax increase should be imposed on the taxpayer in 1982.
As you see, he didn't even frame it as tax cuts at the time, but rather preventing a tax increase, and that the cuts in government spending were interwoven into this plan, as in they were crucial to making it work properly. The problem is, those cuts in government spending never materialized, because of course they didn't. This is America in the 80s under Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan? The actor?
Okay, let's settle down. So yeah, the government wasn't about to spend less money. They just weren't going to spend any of it on social programs. For example, military spending under Reagan went from $143 billion in 1980 to $280 billion in just his first term, and he kept spending. By 1985, Reagan was pushing another boost for over $300 billion, and he was only getting started. For the full duration of his presidency, the Department of Defense would have an average budget of $523 billion, which after 9/11 would be considered cute. But when you look at our defense spending over time, adjusted for inflation, you see this hilarious mountain right in the center of his two terms. You can even see how it matches modern spending when accounting for the war in Iraq. How the hell was that responsible? Anyway, the point is that our fiscally responsible Reagan sure loved to spend a lot of money, and ultimately, government spending actually increased from $746 billion to $1.1 trillion in the 8 years Reagan was in office. Reagan and Congress had to pass several tax increases over the following years just to pay for the cuts. Heck, the next two presidents had to pass significant tax increases to cover it. But because they weren't changes in income tax and instead focused on subsidiary taxes like excise and payroll, those increases didn't get nearly as much attention and aren't as well known. Now, according to former Reagan economic advisors, Reaganomics was successful in reducing inflation and lowering unemployment. Reagan supporters usually point to these broad economic factors as a positive legacy and proof that Reaganomics works. However, Reagan had to raise taxes 5 times over the duration of his presidency, and government revenue fell by 9% for the next few years, which is the exact opposite of what he insisted would happen. Who could have predicted that collecting less money would lead to less revenue? The plan also fell short of Reagan's initial promises to abolish entire federal agencies and made no substantial reforms to Social Security and Medicare. In other words, it accomplished none of its stated goals, which means it what's the word? Failed. It failed. Absolutely didn't work at all. A total pigeon screw. Stepped on a rake, screwed the pooch, got the wrong end of the stick, the wrong end of the rake you stepped on and screwed the pooch with, that stuck that rake in.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
I said rake in, not Reagan. Like, come on, get it together. Anyway, so in the end, the Federal Reserve's decision to dramatically reduce sky-high interest rates nearing 20% was a much bigger factor in turning the economy around in the 1980s, along with considerable government spending on things like defense and highways. The tax cuts don't appear to have done much more than cost a whole lot of people a whole lot of money. And mind you, at this point, we have 40 years of data on this. Reagan's policies widened the racial wealth gap because the tax cuts overwhelmingly benefited white Americans who earned salaries and owned stock. Most Black and Hispanic Americans, on the other hand, felt very little relief. Meanwhile, the federal deficit increased from 2.5% to 5% of GDP, and trickle-down economics kicked off decades of complete stagnation for the rest of America. In fact, middle-class Americans in the 41st to 60th percentile of earnings would see an almost comical gain of just $32 per year for the next 3 decades, while the top 20% saw their wealth soar, especially those lucky 1%ers. Because as it turns out, drumroll, when you cut taxes for the rich, they just sit on that money or buy themselves yachts and jets. That pool of taxable money never got larger, it just got deeper. And as we began to see in the 1980s, these rich dips would start using all that extra cash to create think tanks and influence politicians to push whatever bonkers worldview their unchecked wealth creates. And wouldn't you know it, one thing they continuously push for and receive: tax breaks for the wealthy. So voodoo economics created an endless stream of wealth and influence for the top 1% of Americans. Really, really cool. Boop. For instance, recurring some more news characters and probable escaped mummies, the Koch brothers first started gaining major influence during the Reagan era, allowing...
It's not going to trickle, like... This is where these people just don't get it. Like, everything they're saying has some truth to it. But the part they miss is their idol, their god, the government, is not going to trickle that fucking money down to us either. Letting the government take all that money is not going to do anything for nobody. Nobody wastes money harder than the fucking government does. Who gives a fuck that the government has less money? That is a good thing. I don't like, these people just are retarded. Like, this whole worldview of goddamn tax everybody and tax everybody. They never think how fucking retarded it is.
Them to establish their spidery grip on American politics. What? Pass that on to David, Ron. Yeah, they got it. There's no need to joke-splain screen words, unless I said it weird. But either way, you get it now. The bottom line is, the American economic boom post-World War II saw productivity and wages grow hand in hand for decades, right up until 1979, the year Smashing Pumpkins was born. But starting in 1980, productivity continued to grow while wages remained stagnant. Shockingly, all those tax cuts didn't ever manage to trickle down to anyone with fewer than 2 addresses. When Reagan took office, the federal minimum wage was $3.35. Today, 40 fucking years later, it's $7.25, which isn't enough to afford a one-bedroom apartment in 93% of all the counties in the United States. That's an increase of $1 per decade, or 10 cents a year. Meanwhile, prices have steadily increased by a minimum of 2 to 3% per year. And while some states have raised their minimum wages to as high as $17, that still means those workers are spending more than half of their income on rent. The only reason $17 an hour is above the poverty line is because the government gets to determine what that line is. And so all of it began with Reagan insisting on an economic plan that made everything worse. But Reagan's policies didn't just hamstring wages for the middle and working class. His administration also invented a fun new way to keep virtually every American trapped in debt for their entire lives. Ooh, a little tease for our next segment. But first, let's get into some Showdenomics, by which I mean ads.
Katie.
Yes, my lover?
The time has... What? Did you say lover?
Oh, are we not... Sorry, I misunderstood the vibes.
We'll talk about this later. Katie, the time has come. I am here.
Understood, my boyfriend. I will prepare for your arrival. Our time is now. Now.
Sup? It's Katie. If you know me, you know I have to send a lot of apology gifts to friends, family, restaurant managers, windows, and you really can't go wrong with coffee. I love coffee, and I love saying that you should check out Trade Coffee. Trade Coffee is changing the way you experience coffee at home. A lot of the coffee out there is dull, stale, questionably sourced. But Trade curates a wide variety of coffees from the best small batch specialty roasters in the US and then makes personalized recommendations based on what you like or may like to try. The coffee is roasted to order and ships to you within 48 hours. And yes, they do have a gift option. Gift someone a subscription or send them the Alma Variety Tasting Kit. Or heck, get yourself one. Apologize to yourself. I do all the time. Sorry, Katie. It's cool, girl. I got you. Listen, Trade has so many coffees to choose from. Hot or iced. Dark roasts to decafs, espressos, cold brew, flavors! You can search their site by flavors and tastes. And right now they're offering 30% off your first order when you visit drinktrade.com/more news and subscribe. That's drinktrade.com/more news for 30% off your subscription order. drinktrade.com/more news to enjoy 30% off your first order when you subscribe.
Hi, happy birthday. Maybe not today, but it's coming, or already happened. I'm making a connection is the point. Connection is important as learning. Did you know that learning makes a sound? It's true. See? That was the sound of you learning that learning makes a sound. And if you want to learn to make a connection on your birthday, you can learn a new language with Babbel. Babbel is a language learning app that actually works. Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for some fancy private tutor, Babbel offers 10-minute lessons designed by over 200 language experts, so you can learn in as little as 3 weeks. That's only 1 week times 3! 3 times 1 week. We communicate more than ever via newfangled texting machines and voice contraptions, and so it's never been a better time to learn a new language and expand your world. Think about how little of the world we experience by just knowing one language. And Babbel specifically designs their lessons around casual conversations, so we can actually use the language in a practical and accessible way. And here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. Right now, get up to 60% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/more news. Get up to 60% off at babbel.com/more news, spelled BABBEL.com/more news. Rules and restrictions may apply, or as they say elsewhere, rules and restrictions may apply. They use Babbel. Now they speak American English, so they said it the same way I did just now. Katie. 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 Katie!
Okay, hi, I am here. What's got your face all twitchy today, newsboy? Oh, are there new baby blocks to play with in your baby block game?
What? I thought we were talking about
You
Ronald
absolutely
Reagan.
know it's called Minecraft. They're making a movie. Yeah, there are new blocks. Copper and tough variants.
Okay, fine, but do you have a real problem, or is this something that can wait until I never have to hear about it?
You know, I put up with a lot between you and this room full of corn and that sock who's also my boss and somehow also my hand. I shouldn't know that. That is cursed knowledge.
Really hoping there's a point hidden in all this sad ranting.
The point is, get rid of the corn cream. I can't even walk around anymore. I can't leave. I've got glass in my feet. I've been making toilet in a corner I think used to be the copy machine, but it's all corn cream now. All is corn cream.
Oh, you want to get rid of the corn cream? Well, then you need to sell it, egg boy. Either that or just wait for the natural life cycle to complete.
What natural life cycle? What fucking natural life cycle? Katie! Well, welcome back, I guess, while I wait to die. We should keep talking about Ronald Reagan.
I don't know what just happened.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Yeah, Doc. Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. I got enough going on right now. I don't need you piping in too. So we just feasted on the main course, that is Reaganomics. Now it's time for a series of desserts. So many, in fact, that it'll make us all sick. Because while trickle-down economics was absolutely the thing Reagan was most known for, it certainly wasn't the only thing his presidency screwed up in this country. In fact, one of the most insidious things he did happens to be something we're all still feeling today. Right now, you, most likely, are struggling with this. And that thing is student freaking loans.
Oh, because I'm not a retard.
That's actually, and I'm just gonna, oh, there we go, I got that. One more! Reagan created the student loan crisis. Yep, he did that. Public education was another big target of Reagan's deregulatory regime. He already had a long history of vilifying public universities and its students and faculty during his time as governor of California. He had particular ire for UC Berkeley, a public university that had become an organizational center of anti-war activism against America's involvement in Vietnam. Once he was governor, Reagan exerted considerable pressure to get UC Berkeley's president fired, whom he long suspected of being a communist sympathizer. Probably because the school was doing commie things like accommodating student activism and offering a college education that was virtually free for residents of the state. He actually shut down all UC and Cal State campuses in 1970 following mass protests against the Vietnam War. He also cut millions of dollars from the UC operating budget, suggesting that the universities should charge students a tuition or take out loans if they couldn't afford it. It would be Reagan's let them eat cake, except unlike Marie Antoinette, he actually said that shit. Also, we didn't behead Reagan. Yet. He wasn't cremated after all. Just saying, there's still a chance. When critics pointed out that this was antithetical to the purpose of a public university and that the move would take educational opportunities away from many people, Reagan called the objections hysterical and obviously untrue, because every school would be required to offer loans along with tuition. You see, no problem. That's basically the same as being free. So, yeah, there it is. Student loans became more common under Reagan's...
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Student loans became more common under Reagan's governorship. Once he was president, he continued his crusade against publicly funded education, which he and his ilk were portraying as a bunch of debauched, privileged brats wasting taxpayer money. Never mind that an educated populace is all but a necessity for a stable country, or that those students and their parents were, presumably, also taxpayers. Reagan led an early effort to cut back on federal money that helped students repay their loans, and attempted to throw hundreds of thousands of students off of the Pell Grant, which is awarded to students based on their financial need. So cool, dude. Real folksy. He's just a humble old cowboy who thinks education should be a privilege of the elite, so we're actually just gonna boop. Overall, Reagan was successful in cutting college funding and student aid, while overall tax cuts forced states to cut back on spending that had previously been used to subsidize colleges, which raised tuition. According to estimates by the College Board, the average cost to attend a private college in the 1980 to 81 school year, when Reagan took office, was around $17,410, and the cost to attend a public college was about $8,000, both adjusted for inflation. 9 years later, in 1990, the price of tuition had shot up to $26,000 and $9,800 respectively. Today, tuition at a private in-state college averages about $42,000 per year, while attending an in-state public college can run you anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 per year. And that's not even counting all the drugs you need to buy to be cool. And while Reagan's desire to cut public education was always framed as a way to maintain fiscal responsibility and a balanced budget, his conservative counterparts made their motives pretty clear. Roger A. Freeman, Reagan's former academic advisor during his time as governor, once defended Reagan's anti-college actions in a press conference, saying, quote, "We are in danger of producing an educated proletariat. That's dynamite. We have to be selective on who we allow to go through higher education." So we're just going to actually... Boop. Okay. And James M. Buchanan, an economist often regarded as one of the architects of modern conservatism, who worked with none other than Charles Koch to push neoliberal policy throughout the 1980s, wrote an entire book called Academia and Anarchy, in which he argued that public universities were hotbeds of chaos loaded with overprivileged kids, and that the only solution was to charge them all tuition that was so prohibitively high they would have to take out loans to cover it. Ostensibly, this would teach all those rowdy punks to value their college experience instead of squandering it protesting the litany of injustices in America. Wonder if that worked. But of course, in private conversations with Gordon Tullock, another economist, there can't possibly be this many economists. Like, tone it down. It was revealed that the actual purpose was to deny an education to those who couldn't afford it. Because, to quote Tullock, "We may be producing a positively dangerous class situation." Or, as historian Nancy McLean puts it, educating so many working class youth who would probably not make it into management might make trouble, having had their sights raised. You wouldn't want to get all the poors upset when they learn the system has been impossibly rigged against them. So hey, if you're currently being crushed into powder by student loan debt or were denied the opportunity because you couldn't afford it, piss all over this guy's face tonight. Go ahead, I'm serious. You can use my printer. Print out the face and piss on it. Go to the devices and search for The Storyteller, all caps, all
Imagine
one
if you
word.
really did that.
I'll
You
leave all the
printed out
photos
the
in a
picture of
stack
Reagan pissed on.
outside,
Imagine how
covered in
retarded
piss.
you would be. Like, get control of
Would you piss on those
yourself.
pics?
Who does that?
I will wait for you to do it. Are you pissing? Don't lie. Are you pissing? Anyway, speaking of pissing on things, school tuition wasn't the only thing Reagan made harder to obtain for the express purpose of punishing the undesirables. As we already alluded to, Reaganomics wasn't about cutting all government spending, just the stuff designed to help the most vulnerable. Reagan gutted social programs. Upon coming into office, Reagan's 1981 budget set a new standard for the federal government that disinvested in the working poor and middle class by making dramatic cuts to safety net programs like welfare and Medicaid. So scores of Americans who had previously depended on those subsidies suddenly found themselves deprived of meaningful health care and one source of income. And while Reagan cited a number of high-minded excuses to justify these cuts, a 1984 study on the impacts of Reagan's spending and tax policies found that families making less than $12,000 per year lost over 4% of their income during Reagan's first term, while families earning $45,000 or more gained 1.6%. Adjusted for inflation, that would be families making around $36,000 versus families making $135,000. In other words, it's not about saving money, it's about giving it to rich people. Part of the reason Reagan was so hell-bent on slashing all public programs like welfare and food stamps was that he only measured success in terms of money made or status gained. He felt that Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, which sought to create a number of social programs to eliminate racial and economic inequality in America, was a mistake, claiming that safety net programs did nothing but destroy pride and create a feeling of helplessness, which are things a person who's never been poor would say. Also Reagan, who grew up poor. Reagan pointed to the billions of dollars spent on food assistance programs since the 1960s, and how those programs had little impact on actually lifting people out of poverty. But hey, Ron, fun fact, you can't buy a house with fucking food stamps, can you, Ron? Soup kitchens don't pay people's bills, do they, Ron? What those programs did do was lift millions of people out of hunger. Now, a normal human being might call that a net win for society, but Reagan's animus towards federal programs dovetailed with the general conservative viewpoint that any federal aid should include work requirements to guide recipients towards self-reliance. He and his supporters argued that without means testing and strict limits, the mythical welfare queen would take hold and get fat on government handouts. More on that phrase in a second. However, the higher eligibility standards created by Reagan's policies actually pulled benefits away from people who were already working full-time. Because again, it was never about saving money or helping people climb out of poverty. It was about immobilizing poor people to ensure a docile working class and keeping a little extra money in the process. So, there we go. Boop. And it really helped if he also got the country on board with that idea. So, for instance, did you know he's the reason everyone turned against welfare? And he did it by being racist. Reagan created the welfare queen. Dog whistling, the practice of concealing a message for a specific group within a seemingly benign statement, wasn't invented by Ronald Reagan. But he gave far-right ghouls and ghoulettes the dog whistle of the century when he invented the concept of the welfare queen, the mythical drain on society who does nothing but have babies and collect government checks. Man, there is no world in which that doesn't sound aggressively racist. And the reason for that is because the welfare queen was one of Reagan's most popular euphemisms for lazy black people. And before anyone watching this says, but Reagan wasn't racist, here is a clip of him referring to black people as monkeys, who are uncomfortable wearing shoes, in a call with Richard Nixon.
Last night, I tell you, to watch that thing on television as I did, to see those monkeys from those African countries, and they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
Aw, Nixon loved that. Boy, you should never be the most racist person in a conversation with Richard Nixon. Reagan began laying the groundwork to make deep cuts in public assistance by turning it into a racial issue even before he became president. During his failed 1976 bid for the White House, Reagan called out the woman from Chicago to persuade Americans that fraudsters were abusing the welfare system, taking tax dollars from hard-working Americans. Although Reagan never mentioned her by name, the woman in question was Linda Taylor, a career con artist implicated in a number of other crimes, including at least one kidnapping and a murder. In other words, she was a dangerous criminal and far from the average welfare recipient. And while Taylor did swindle hundreds of thousands of dollars from the government in various schemes, she defrauded just under $9,000 from welfare, which was a far cry from the $150,000 per year figure that Reagan kept quoting on the campaign trail. Reagan used Taylor's story in speeches across the country to build up the idea that there might be thousands of welfare queens, black women taking money from local and state governments without remorse. In reality, fraud is not that common in welfare programs, by most estimates accounting for less than 2% of payments. Furthermore, recipients are more likely to be defrauded by the government than the other way around, which is absolutely not hard to believe. My driver's license had an extra N in my name for 10 years, and not in the spot you'd think. But of course, Reagan didn't stop at gutting the safety net. He wanted to Calvin ball his way into a free market with no rules, which is another way of saying he didn't care if babies drank poison. Reagan didn't care if babies drank poison. Just gonna... Cool. So if Reagan's policies were the dynamic duo, Reaganomics would be Batman, and deregulation would be the guy who hangs out with Batman. As part of his sweeping deregulations, Reagan sought to disentangle the federal government from pretty much any oversight role, no matter how f***ed up. For example, in 1980, Congress passed the Infant Formula Act, along with stringent FDA rules, to enforce a law that would make sure baby formula had all the proper nutrients. This was in response to a wave of thousands of cases of infants suffering convulsions and even brain damage when they were fed improper formula. However, Reagan blocked the new law in 1981, delaying it for 18 months while his administration came up with a new set of guidelines that, according to a House Oversight Committee, were more relaxed and allowed more flexibility. During that time, 3 million cans of substandard baby formula were sold. But no babies died, probably. Every regulatory body felt a similar pinch. Even OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. OSHA's a government oversight group responsible for ensuring that workplaces are held to a reasonably safe standard, a role which obviously had no value in Reagan's vision of America. You may have heard about the draconian, authoritarian OSHA, which during the pandemic forced employees to get vaccines. Wait, sorry, that's not right. The policy was either get a vaccine or, if you don't want to, test for COVID instead. And if you have it, you'll stay home from work for a while on account of being sick. OSHA! Anyway, in the first 2 years of Reagan's presidency, the number of OSHA inspections dropped 17%. During that same period, punitive fines issued for violations fell 78%. So not only were inspections down, but workplaces were simply not being held accountable for nearly any safety violations. And the Department of Agriculture stopped requiring processed meats to carry labels identifying their more unsavory ingredients, including pulverized bone and bone marrow. And while all you Warmbo sympathizers are out there, maybe thinking, oh, well, great, more bones, it's actually probably important for everybody to know that we've all eaten a lot more bones than we realized. Even if you've eaten actual bones. There's just a few extra bones we didn't know about, and we should have, okay? We should know about the extra bones. Let's keep it going. Because this wasn't by far the only way this bone lover would screw over America's employees. Reagan brought back union busting. Of course. An early controversy of Reagan's presidency developed after he fired over 11,000 air traffic control workers in the middle of a strike, barring them from ever working for the federal government again. In August of 1981, the Air Traffic Controllers Union called a strike when contract negotiations with the FAA had come to an impasse. The strike was technically illegal because it's against the law for government workers to strike, which is a whole other can of worms I'm not going to get into today, except to say that it's pretty weird that's against the law. Sure, maybe elected officials shouldn't get to strike, not that they'd ever have a reason to because they make all the rules and in fact go out of their way to entrench themselves in the government for as long as possible, and also they get to cosplay going on strike by threatening to shut down the government every year. But my point is that most government employees are just blue-collar people working a 9-to-5 job, like the air traffic controllers. But workers' rights had no place in Reagan's America, which sought to unchain business and set it loose like the mighty Rancor. So Reagan fired every single one of them 2 days into their strike. Now, this might not seem like such a big deal, considering President Joe Biden did a similar thing to 100,000 rail workers who went on strike to demand paid sick leave in 2022. Biden stepped in and literally changed the law to make rail strikes illegal. This could be seen as comparable to Ronnie Reagan's union busting. But it turns out, for Joe Biden, busting does not make him feel good. And eventually, 4 of the largest rail carriers agreed to 4 paid sick days for workers, leading the director of the Railroad Department of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers to thank Prezi Jobo for playing the long game. We salute you, Dark Brandon. But Reagan's hardline stance on union strikes gave corporations more leverage in union negotiations because they knew they would have the backing of the federal government on their side. And when one of the most popular presidents in recent history took a folksy old dump on unions, it started a domino effect that eroded their power, as well as their reputation with the American people. Today, when you say union to people, they invariably picture a mobbed-up teamster exerting unfair control over a poor, helpless business owner. And it's hard to argue that Reagan's handling of the air traffic controllers had zero influence on Biden's decision to break the rail strike, despite the eventual difference in result. Thanks to Reagan, union elections began a stark decline during his presidency. In a 2003 speech at the Reagan Library in California, Alan Greenspan, then the chair of the Federal Reserve, gloated over the rise of flexible markets, a fancy phrase here meaning completely unregulated markets, citing Reagan's decision to fire the air traffic controllers in 1981 as perhaps the most important contribution. But this absolute rat-fuckery may not even be the most important contribution, at least when it comes to screwing over the working class. Because after the break, oh boy, we're gonna talk about healthcare. The hits, they keep coming. Gonna have to celebrate when this is all over. Oh, maybe go out and get a nice dinner, you know? As soon as the corn cream lets me leave, we'll go out and we'll...
stays.
Which it won't. It turns out it won't. Glad we learned that. Because it talks. Cut to ads, please.
Ooh, what's that sound? It's Shopify helping you get another sale on your online store. Thank you, sound! And did you know that Shopify not only helps your online store, but your in-person store
You
as
see that
well?
Honey app?
With
Remember that Honey
Shopify's
stuff they were all
point-of-sale
pushing?
system, you get
You
a
see that
command
was a
center
scam?
for both
That
your
was a big
online
scam.
and retail store.
Seen a
Everything
video
from
dude talking about it.
payments to managing inventory is all at your fluffy little fingertips. And what's more, Shopify will unite your in-person and online sales into one place. Track everything from a single hub. They even have plug-and-play tools that let you create marketing campaigns for the TikToks or the Twitters and the whatnots. I run a site called Horse. It's where you horse posts for oats, which are likes. Please check out my horse. It's not going great. My point is that whether your business is online with Horse or in person with Horses, Shopify has everything you need to succeed. Plus, their award-winning help is there to support you every step of the way. So sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/more news, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/more news, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/more news.
Hot enough for you, Tex? That's a joke, because it's hot. So of course it's hot enough for you. I'm a real joker. I'm twisted. But enough about the devil's realm in which we all dwell. I want to tell you about Factor's no prep, no mess meals. It's good to stay fueled up in the underworld, and Factor Meals has a wide selection of chef-crafted meal options like Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, and Keto. Their meals are never frozen, always fresh like me, and ready to eat in just 2 minutes like me. And boy, they got it all. Over 35, like me, over 35 different meals and more than 60 add-ons every week. Everything from breakfast to dessert. High-quality ingredients. Filet mignon, shrimp, salmon, vegetarian options, food. Food goes in your mouth. It's busy out there in the devil's realm, so perhaps you don't have time to shop and prep and cook. I get it. I'm a busy joker myself. So twisted. So check them out. Head to factormeals.com/morenews50 and use code morenews50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month. That's code morenews50 at factormeals.com/morenews50 to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month while your subscription is active. That is the end of the ad. Yep.
You all know me. You know how I make my living. It's famously important for me to have the best immune system known to mankind. I am always looking for new ways to boost my immunity, both physically and legally. And listen here, friends, because I just discovered Armra colostrum. As you all know, the colostrum is from the great before time. It's one of the first nutrients we received, and Armra colostrum is a proprietary concentrate of bovine colostrum designed to strengthen immunity, aid with gut health, and helps with hair growth and skin radiance. Yum. It should be noted that ARMRA gets their colostrum from grass-fed cows and strictly abides by calf-first sourcing, meaning that they only source the surplus supply after the little baby cows have had their fill. Okay, cows first, us next, as it should be. So, this is all to say that if you're looking for a superfood designed to fuel your fitness goals or recovery or aid with gut health, you should check out ARMRA Colostrum, especially now, because we've worked out a special offer for our audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarmra.com/more news or enter more news to get 15% off your first order. That's tryarmra.com/more news. Tryarmra.com/more news. You didn't understand my singing. I bet you did, though.
Fuck is that?
Hey gang, I'm back. The corn cream
I
has
don't
grown
know
a
what's.
full
I
inch
mean,
since
there's
the ad
weird
break
shit
started.
going on in there. I
See
don't
it
know what's
grow
going
with
on.
naked
Some of this
eye.
stuff going on.
Actually, looks like it's gotten closer to me too.
What is that laying on the
But
desk?
don't
What
worry,
is
we're nowhere
happening in this
near our
video?
shitty evils perpetrated
This is
by
some
Ronald
unhinged shit.
Reagan,
Face
an
Smoking
old
would watch
man
some
who
unhinged
sucked.
shit.
We're gonna cut to that clip, aren't we?
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Yep. Yes, we are. Yes, we did. Yes, we will continue to. Where did it go? So we got done talking about how the Reagers screwed the economy, deregulated basic safety measures, cut programs for the poor, made student loans worse, and began a long hostility toward unions. It's just everything wrong with America today. All of it starting with this one folksy country boy like he's the Forrest Gump of political tragedy. And so why not throw fucking healthcare on the pile? Reagan created the modern, bad healthcare industry. A big priority of Reagan's presidency was reducing the government's role in both the private and public sector, meaning sweeping deregulation of private markets and severely reducing social safety net programs, or eliminating them entirely. There were a number of bodacious consequences to that, but one major one is that Reagan shifted the burden of healthcare costs from the government onto healthcare providers in 1983. Previously, hospitals would bill Medicare based on the cost of its services, and the government would pay it, allowing for a modest profit for the hospital. But after Reagan's reforms, Medicare began setting fixed prices based on the patient's specific condition. On paper, this seems like a great idea, but it also seems weirdly anti-Reagan. After all, price fixing is a form of regulation. Reagan and his supporters argued that it forced hospitals to become competitive, which would make them more efficient and deliver higher quality care. Because in their minds, people are not human beings with health needs, only consumers looking for the best deal. It technically did make hospitals more efficient in that there was no longer any financial incentive to keep patients in hospital beds for long recovery periods. Instead, it incentivized them to flip those beds as quickly as possible and treat more people with outpatient services. So, yeah, probably a no on that higher quality care goal. But hey, it did kickstart the corporatized, profit-driven healthcare system that we have today. Many states followed Reagan's deregulatory example and relaxed restrictions on healthcare costs and investor capital. So now we have for-profit medical groups that exist to generate revenue for shareholders managing the majority of healthcare in the United States. Reagan didn't care much about public health, which we know because he pretended AIDS wasn't real for 3 fucking years, right? Remember the AIDS? Reagan ignored the AIDS epidemic. Just in case you thought America got the idea to handle a public health crisis like the Emperor's New Clothes from Donald Trump, Rappin' Ronnie would like to have a few dope words. While Trump feverishly denied COVID was a crisis, even after it nearly killed him, the playbook for ignoring an historic epidemic was written 40 years earlier by Reagan and his cabinet. The first cases of AIDS were reported in June of 1981, although the syndrome didn't have that name yet. It was alternatively known as GRID, Gay-Related Immune Deficiency, or the 4-H disease, which stood for heroin users, homosexuals, hemophiliacs, and Haitians. Hey, that's racist. Boy, the bigotry is just top to bottom in this one. In July, the CDC reported that 26 gay men had been diagnosed with KS, a deadly cancer later linked to AIDS, over the last 2.5 years. Finally, in 1982, the CDC used the term acquired immune deficiency syndrome for the first time. But even as thousands of people died of AIDS through the 1980s, Reagan remained silent on the matter. The first time he even mentioned HIV was at a press conference in 1985, 3 years after the epidemic had been in full swing. He expressed sympathy for parents who were afraid of sending their children to school with classmates diagnosed with HIV, despite the fact that by that time the CDC had already determined that the virus couldn't be transmitted by casual contact. Also, I think we can hopefully all agree that maybe the sympathy should have been directed towards those actually affected by it. By the time Reagan finally deigned to mention AIDS, it had already become one of the leading causes of death for young adults at that time. By all accounts, Reagan and his cabinet didn't take the epidemic seriously. In fact, they seemed to regard it as a running joke.
About this subject matter that was your first person answer. Reaction.
That's Reagan's press secretary, Larry Speaks, you just heard, having a merry chuckle about f***ing AIDS. At the time, AIDS was derisively known as the gay plague and was believed to be a punishment from God by many on the religious right, including Ronald Reagan. No clip? Okay. That recording also reveals just how little the public and government officials knew about the disease. In that clip, we're listening to a reporter begging the White House for any information about AIDS and receiving nothing but dismissive laughter and a casual homophobic joke as a response. At the time, 3 years into the epidemic, there were no federal education or public service announcements about AIDS, how it's transmitted, or how to avoid it, because Reagan didn't think it was a problem. After all, it was only killing the gays and Haitians. In private, Reagan commonly made homophobic quips and believed homosexuality was a sin because he was a big piece of shit who also hated black people and anyone who made less money than him. In 1987, he told biographer Edmund Morris that maybe the Lord brought down this plague. And Larry Speaks himself later admitted that Reagan would frequently make homophobic jokes in a lisping gay voice. And if Larry Speaks is like, damn, that's homophobic, it's probably time to sit down and eat some jelly beans. Reagan also surrounded himself with advisors who believed the AIDS epidemic was a moral and religious challenge, and that the deaths were the result of moral decay. In other words, a disease that primarily affected gay men was not a terribly pressing issue to them. In 1985, legendary screen actor and mutual friend of the Reagans, Rock Hudson, was diagnosed with AIDS. Hudson had lived most of his life as a closeted gay man, and it wasn't until after his death that Reagan finally became personally interested in dealing with AIDS. Still, his cabinet was adamant on keeping the subject at arm's length, so Reagan wouldn't take any action until 1986, when he finally declared AIDS to be one of our highest public health priorities, and commissioned Surgeon General C. Everett Koop to draft a report on the virus. Again, 5 years after the disease had first appeared in America, and after thousands of lives had already been lost, and after years of,
better late than never,
laughing about it. The Reagan administration believed that Koop, who was a fervent religious conservative, would submit a mild and subdued report that downplayed the virus according to their evangelical Christian values. However, much to Reagan's dismay, Koop turned out to have integrity. He was a scientist first and a God-botherer second, and had actually been growing frustrated at what he viewed as the administration's flippant response to a public health crisis. So when it came time to draft his report, he didn't hold back, later writing that he believed the Reagan administration tried to thwart his attempts to educate the public about AIDS. Thwart was his word. To quote his memoir, the conservative politics of the middle and late years of the Reagan administration attempted to thwart my attempts to educate the public about AIDS and try to stir up hostility toward its victims. End quote. Reminder, Koop was a pretty right-leaning ultra-Christian, and he still thought the AIDS epidemic mattered because he wasn't a shameless ghoul like Ronald Reagan. He actually refused to be a mouthpiece for the entirety of his tenure as Surgeon General. When he was pressured to create a report about post-abortion syndrome, a slapdash concoction of a bunch of vague symptoms Reagan intended to use as the basis for overturning Roe v. Wade, Koop refused. Even though he believed that abortion was morally wrong and staunchly argued against it, he found there was no scientific evidence to support the existence of such a syndrome. A Republican who was unwilling to lie for the president. Imagine that! After scrupulous research, including discussions with Dr. Anthony Fauci, who, would later play a major role in the government's response to COVID, Koop wrote a 36-page report on the AIDS epidemic. He did not submit it for review by the Reagan administration because he knew they would hack it to pieces to water down his findings. Instead, he mailed it directly to all 107 million households in the United States, in one of the largest mass mailings in the country's history. The report explained in clinical, straightforward language that AIDS was transmitted by the exchange of bodily fluids during oral, anal, and vaginal intercourse. That might sound like standard health textbook stuff to you, but at the time, the government mailing every one of its citizens a document containing the word semen was pretty outrageous. I did that once and I got in trouble! In his report, Koop predicted that 270,000 Americans would contract AIDS by 1991, and that 2/3 of those cases would be fatal. He also advocated for the use of condoms and other contraceptives to prevent transmission of the disease, a sensible piece of advice that enraged Reagan. In a 1987 interview, he told reporters that sex education should begin with teaching the moral ramifications of the act. The man was literally so repulsed by gay sex that he completely ignored the deaths of thousands of Americans for half a decade. But tell us some more about those moral ramifications, Ron! In stark contrast to Koop's detailed report, Reagan released a PSA campaign called America Responds to AIDS in 1987, which mainly promoted abstinence and failed to provide any useful information on HIV and AIDS. So at least it was an extremely accurate title. That same year, Reagan gave the first major speech dedicated to AIDS after 21,000 Americans had already died. So close! Despite the efforts of his supporters to whitewash history and somehow claim Reagan was a crusader against AIDS, which is a laughable position once you've heard that Larry Speaks clip, Reagan continually attempted to reduce funding for AIDS research in budget proposals, only to be rebuffed by Congress each time. Health experts at the time made it clear that Reagan was failing miserably at handling the AIDS crisis. Any progress in research, care, and antivirals was accomplished through the efforts of other dedicated health specialists far from Reagan and his administration. There, that should cover it. Or will it? Reagan pushed private prisons and mass incarceration. No, it won't. Okay, so Reagan led a renewed push for the private prison industry and harsher sentencing guidelines, which is a pretty well-known policy of his. It's a big part of how he got elected, which we'll get into in part 2. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a part 2 to this! The nightmare only begins! However, Reagan also passed a series of lesser-known bills that are still inflicting major consequences to this day. For example, he spearheaded the 1984 Bail Reform Act, which allowed judges to deny bail to defendants if they feel the defendant is likely to reoffend. Just however the courtroom is vibing that day. Previously, only considerable flight risks were denied bail and jailed before trial. This bill gave judges unchecked discretion and led to a boom in pretrial incarceration. Today, it's not uncommon for people to sit in jail for a year or more waiting for their trial because they can't make bail. That's pretty f***ed up, right? Well, Reagan kind of invented it. Meanwhile, the 1984 Sentencing Reform Act introduced federal sentencing guidelines, which imposed a system of fixed punishments for particular crimes and largely stripped judges of their ability to show discretion in sentencing. In other words, Reagan's act essentially forced judges to impose harsher sentences than they normally would, under the auspice of fairness. Basically, we're empowering judges to be more harsh and removing their ability to be more lenient. Hey, fun fact, establishing sentencing guidelines is the same thing as regulation, which Reagan claimed was bringing America down, when what he really meant was it's making rich people be less rich. We're doing great. Mass incarceration
Man,
isn't
this
just
been
the
bitching
result of
about
stricter
Reagan for
sentencing
like an hour and
guidelines or
3
the
minutes, man.
proliferation
We
of
get
private
it, man.
prisons. After
He's
all, the
dead,
vast majority of
man.
incarcerated people are in
The
public
man is
prisons.
dead,
John
man.
Pfaff, a Fordham law professor and author of Locked In, found that as violent crime declined in the 90s and aughts, the number of felony cases in state courts inexplicably doubled, and believed this was due to the over-empowerment of prosecutors at the local, state, and federal level. Guess whose fault that was? I said, guess whose fault that was?
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Thank you. From his first year in office, Ronald Reagan, the actor, lobbied to empower prosecutors, notably the Federal Crime Bill of 1984, which, thanks to current President Biden, created asset forfeiture laws that the police use as an excuse to rob American citizens to this very day, and the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986, which implemented 29 new mandatory sentences for drug-related offenses. But, big surprise, the mandatory sentences disproportionately targeted Black Americans. Despite accounting for just 12% of the population, Black Americans made up 23% of those arrested for drug charges in 1980, a figure that increased to 40% by 1990. Reagan passed another crime bill in 1988, creating the cabinet position of National Drug Czar to direct even more money towards law enforcement and the construction of prisons. Well, he may have been a proto-fascist dickhead, but at least he got all those drugs under control, right? Because if there's one thing we've learned as a society, it's that mass incarceration curtails drug abuse. Right? Look at all the drugs that aren't in America. Nah, shockingly, despite stiffer sentencing and pushing drug arrests to over 1 million a year, drug use doubled while Reagan was in office. Specifically cocaine use, which makes sense. I'd need to be pretty fast and loose if I had to deal with this shit every day, which I guess I do, actually. Siri, bring cocaine. Wait, then who am I talking to? Oh, the monkey. Give me cocaine, monkey. Even as crime started to decline, the legislation laid by the Reagan administration made sure that arrests and prosecutions would remain steady by greatly expanding the power of prosecutors. Reagan's tough-on-crime legislation spree laid the groundwork for even harsher legislation in the 1990s. Kind of feels like that should be more than one. I don't want to run out of pins, but I don't know, one more. I guess we're out of things to be mad at Reagan about. I guess this is the end of the episode. But still, maybe you guys could like secretly trade me some pins. I'll give you money. Ha! Psych! You just got Iran-Contra! Bonus round. The Iran-Contra affair. A Ronald Reagan mystery. Hell yeah! We wouldn't want to leave without a little Iran-Contra after dessert. Reagan's final few years were marred by the Iran-Contra scandal, also known as the Iran-Contra affair for people who like Lifetime movies and love Ronald Reagan. They just hate seeing that ugly word scandal next to his glorious golden name. Okay, Iran-Contra. Don't worry, I'm not even old enough to remember Iran-Contra, and I have a beard. Something about Oliver North? Who can say? I was waiting for Alf to come on.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
I said Alf. I didn't. Okay. So there are a lot of moving parts here, which is something many government scandals have in common, which probably has something to do with why they're scandals. But stick with me, and if you get lost, just rip a blood-curdling shriek. Better yet, stick a pin into your own Rappin' Ronnie doll, and I will get the message. In the 1980s, Lebanon was going through a brutal civil war, with several factions vying for power in the country. One of those factions was Hezbollah, a name you may recognize because they're very much still around. Labeled a terrorist organization by virtually every nation in the world, Hezbollah was backed by Iran and regularly kidnapped foreign nationals. Iran was also fighting a war with Iraq, which at the time was an ally of convenience with the United States. You can find images of Saddam Hussein palling around with U.S. officials from around this time, because as long as you play ball, America truly does not give a shit. Throughout the early 80s, militants in Lebanon kidnapped more Americans, putting pressure on the Reagan administration to find a solution. Iran was in desperate need of weapons for their fight with Iraq, but Congress had banned the U.S. from selling arms to countries that had sponsored terrorism, such as Iran. So, Reagan's solution was to sell the arms in secret in exchange for the release of hostages in Lebanon. It runs directly counter to America's "we don't negotiate with terrorists" position, which is an extremely dangerous precedent to set, kind of the whole reason that rule exists in the first place. But hey, being president is about getting your hands dirty. And at least this time, he was actually trying to help people. Not so fast! We're talking about Ronald Reagan here. You didn't think...
Ronald Reagan? The actor?
Right, yes, him. You didn't think he was going to take any action that was purely for someone else's benefit, did you? No. See, it may have looked like the Reagan administration made a difficult decision in order to defend human life, but they only actually freed 3 people as a result of this trade, and they sold those weapons at a hugely inflated price. I probably wouldn't have tried to price gouge the ransomers, but whatever, I'm not the president. And they took those secret illegal profits and funneled them into the Contras, a right-wing militia group in Nicaragua to support a coup, which is what they really wanted to do all along. We know this because Reagan's National Security Council initially ignored the 1982 Boland Amendment that forbade the U.S.'s involvement in the toppling of Nicaragua's government and tried to raise money for the Contras from other countries like Saudi Arabia. We say this a lot on the Shodi, but these people generally don't bother to hide their crimes very well. Because, I mean, what are we going to do about it? Make a YouTube video? The whole operation was run by Reagan's National Security Council, which was spearheaded by Colonel Oliver North. There he is! I knew I remembered something from the news. I do not remember how Alf ended, though. Probably fine. North was dead set on getting Contra rebels as much support as possible, going as far as to facilitate Contra drug smuggling operations to raise cash for weapons. In other words, he was assisting in the trafficking of cocaine into the United States. That probably wasn't his goal, but like I said, if you play ball, America truly does not give a shit. However, North wasn't the most meticulous or careful of masterminds. The Sultan of Brunei accidentally wired $10 million to a random person because he'd been given the wrong transfer numbers. And North perjured himself several times in front of Congress before the scandal even came to light. Before the affair even came to light. He was presumably a popular character on Saturday Night Live, but I'm not going to look those up. In fact, whatever company owns them probably took them offline because that's happening everywhere. We're not talking about that right now. Once the story broke on the Reagan administration's involvement in the scandal, North and his cronies destroyed thousands of pages of documents to conceal their involvement and shield the president from any blowback. Reagan set up an investigative body to investigate himself, I guess, but everyone involved more or less got off with a slap on the wrist. Those who were actually convicted, including North, received favorable probations, and their convictions were later pardoned by George H.W. Bush, Reagan's former vice president, and the former head of the CIA, an organization that knows a thing or two about toppling governments. But I'm sure none of those things are related. North was, until recently, in charge of the NRA and founded the Freedom Alliance, a conservative political organization that disguises itself as a charity by offering a meager $1,000 scholarship to less than 100 people every year. Way to go, Ollie! Really following your North Star of being, a piece of shit. Due to the cover-up, the destruction of evidence, and North's willingness to jump on a grenade for the president, investigators never found a direct link between Reagan and the actions of the National Security Council. But they did find that at the very least, Reagan's supervision had been careless, giving the NSC room to operate with impunity. If you're wondering, that Reagan movie trailer appears to completely gloss over any of this and treats the whole thing like a passing witch hunt that he heroically overcame.
You just wait.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight!
Adorable. Thing is, the Iran-Contra scandal was one of the most obvious examples of Reagan's hypocrisy. He constantly harped on the threat of illegal drugs entering the country and turning people into violent criminals. But rather than investing in drug programs, education, or healthcare, he created a slush fund with illegal arms sales to funnel a bunch of money into cocaine trafficking. Apparently, that's how you fight a supply-side war on drugs. The Reagan administration continually vilified Nicaragua's left-wing Sandinista government, which they were trying to topple with their support of the Contras, claiming the Sandinista party was involved in the drug trade to finance international terror. Reagan would continually accuse the Sandinistas of trafficking drugs, even though there was very little evidence of that. Boy, that sounds familiar. At the same time, Reagan dismissed evidence that the Contra rebels were doing the same exact thing lying? Probably because he knew they were, because the US government was literally helping them do it. Altogether, his legacy in Central America was a massive failure. Despite his aggressive stance on crime and all the shady dealings, Reagan's strategy was completely ineffective at slowing the flood of drugs into the US, and it further destabilized countries like Nicaragua that are still dealing with the fallout today. We will never see leadership like that again. Of course, the reason I braved the corn cream to tell you all of this is because we are still dealing with Reagan today, in a bunch of thrilling ways that have slowly eroded both political parties, like a jar full of hungry corn. Like, we didn't even cover everything in this video. This was just the highlights. There was more we could have said. So in part 2, we'll unpack all the ways that Republicans are still chasing Reagan, and Democrats are still twisting themselves in knots to become more Republican. But based on all this, it kind of seems like, in addition to being cruel, racist, and ignorant, none of Reagan's policies actually worked. They were a net loss for literally the entire country. Not even the beloved Trojan horse of Reaganomics, containing all his ludicrous tax cuts, worked out in the end because he had to raise taxes 4 times to pay for them. The next 2 presidents had to continue raising taxes to foot that bill. And again, the entire principle behind supply-side economics was an unproven economic theory that, according to the official record, was drawn on a fucking napkin. Even if we take Reaganites at their word, which we shouldn't, and believe that all these policies were about empowering people to lift themselves out of poverty and create a more fiscally responsible country, neither of those things happened. So here's a thought. Maybe it's time to admit that Reaganomics and neoliberalism in general were a failed experiment. Like, it didn't work, did it? Ronald Reagan, the actor...
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Right. Ronald Reagan, the actor, basically propped up this economic policy and was wrong. He gutted social safety nets and degraded healthcare and student loans.
He almost
and
done. I'm trying to make a
he was,
pizza.
as time has shown us,
He said he was done. Now let's get
all of
this
that.
up.
We know he was
You've been
wrong.
going on for an
That's
hour
how
15
time
with this
works.
motherfucker.
None of
You've
what
been
he
going
did
on and
was
on for an
good.
hour
And
15.
yet we have a political party that
I mean,
still
ain't no
looks to him
way.
as the answer to all of our
Damn, how bad
prayers,
can one man
even though
be?
we, objectively,
Get enough
know
of this.
he was wrong. Maybe
Take
we
a
shouldn't trust
fucking
any
break,
party that
brother.
worships
Wrap
him,
it up,
considering that
brother.
fact. Unless, of course, it was never about empowerment or fiscal responsibility, and it was just about making rich people the richest they've ever
It's about
been in
making
the
some
history of the
fucking money.
world.
The same thing
In
you're
that
trying to do.
case,
That's why you're hawking
Reaganism was
coffee
a
at
pretty
me
big
and
success.
porn
Okay,
and every
something moving-
thing you can hawk
Now,
at me. Everybody's trying to make some
I'm
money.
ignore it, but that has become impossible.
Shave that fucking head. You see that? You saw it. Shave that fucking head. That fucking bullshit, man. Look at the back. Look at the back.
What? Wait, what?
I'll be goddamn. My God.
Listen, Slick, just break a window and start throwing your BMs outside if it's
That's
getting
worse than the
too
receding hairline because it's like, God damn, you got
dang.
a lot of hair in the front and the sides and the back, but then like in the middle of your head, it's completely bald. Completely bald. Come on, man. Come on, man. Just shave it off, man. Just shave it off, man. It's a weird, like, it's a weird way to walk around, with a big, giant, bald spot in the middle of your fucking head. And people just walk around like, just buzz it off, man. Because when people see it, they're like, come on, man. You trying to hold on. It's over, man. There ain't no room. I mean, if you got like receding hairline, something like that, maybe you can, you can grow your hair a certain way or whatever. You can maybe do it like Trump does or something. But even that looks kind of silly. But, maybe you can pull it off a little bit. But, God damn. Look at the back of his head, boy. He'll show it again.
Yes! It is the dawning!
The what?
The dawning.
What the fuck is going on now?
The dawn.
Good God.
Got a watermelon flavored blunt wrap, T West. Your thoughts about it?
Hello,
Mommy. Thank you for
Boxster told
watching
me
the
that was your
show.
favorite
Make sure
flavor.
to like and subscribe. Make sure to check out patreon.com/some more news, Mommy. And furthermore, they've the merch store, Mommy, shop.somemorenews.com. The podcast, even more news. And the other podcast, which is this show, some more news. Some more news.
An hour and 11 more. Now he's crying about Reagan and Trump. We're going to cry about Reagan and Trump. Yeah, get that Patreon money too. Try to make some money, hey. Hey, don't worry about how much money I'm trying to make. These other people are trying to make some money. Fuck them for trying to make some money. Fuck them. Fuck them for not wanting to give all their money to the government. Who do they think they are? The government needs money. I'll put a pizza in the oven first, though. Bro, it's about to be super fucking cold. I hope y'all realize that. I don't know where you fucking live at, but if you live where I at, you're in for some shit. If you live around me, you're in for some shit. I don't know if you've checked the weather, but it's gonna get cold as fuck. They're calling for a winter storm on what day? Fucking Sunday. And next Thursday it's gonna be like 7 degrees or some crazy shit. What's the temperature right now? It's 37 right now, but I'm talking it's gonna be down to like 10 degrees and shit. Gonna be some cold walks to work. God, I hope I'm off Sunday. I'll get my schedule tomorrow. It's supposed to start Sunday morning, and then it's gonna snow and sleet and fucking all kinds of shit, rain until Monday. That's a lot. It's a long time. God, I hope I'm off Sunday. I don't want to walk in that bullshit. I'm gonna have to walk in it. You can't even ride the scooter in that. Tell you the worst thing about that scooter is hitting your ankle with it. Oh my god. I'm almost numb to it at this point though. It's just like whatever, fuck it. I'm gonna do stop and cry. Just suffer. Work's going fine. I gotta be there tomorrow at 12:30. I get to stay up late now, and I still get to sleep 7 or 8 hours because I don't. I bet next week they'll have me working at 7 a.m. or something. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Keep me at 12:30. I like 12:30 to 9. That's if I don't take a lunch, I can leave at 8:30. So keep me on that schedule. Well, there's two people that they always work mornings, so they're not going to work at night. But I don't know. It's weird. As long as I get 40 hours, I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I'd rather work at night though. I'd rather go in the afternoon. Uh, Nah, it take a while to get manager. They got union there, so people got seniority and shit. This is crazy. They put a new dude back there to replace that one girl, and he's already he called out like the first week he was back there. I was like, what the like fuck calling out. They gave me 3 days off Christmas week. That fucked my whole checkup. I got to come up with $120 to pay my goddamn rent because these fucking idiots gave me 32 hours. I think because people get most of the workers get 8 hours holiday pay on Christmas, so they just give them 3 days off that week, and it all works out. But I don't get holiday pay yet. I think you have to be there like 6 months or some shit. But fuck my whole checkup. I got to the 7th to get the 120 though. Come up with something. There's an extra week in January. You get extra check. That's gonna be nice. Hmm. They used to have that one guy closing. I see him working in the mornings now. I don't think he works good when he's by himself, though. I think he needs people watching him. I don't think they want him there at night. Sometimes you'll leave and he'll be the only one there, and you'll leave and you'll look at the cooler and you're gonna leave. And he's there for another 5, 6 hours, right? And then you come in the next day and you look at the cooler and you're like, what did he do? What did he do for 5 hours? Like, but he's young, so I just think it's like I remember being his age, and it's kind of like you. If you can fuck off at work and get away with it, you're going to. Who cares? I'm gonna get paid. I'll fuck off. Because all young people believe they don't make enough money, and it's I'm getting fucked over or something. That's just the mindset you have when you're in your 20s. Then eventually you get as old as me, and you realize I gotta maintain my 40 hours, or I can't pay my rent, pay my bills. So we're just gonna have to suck it up and work and deal with it. Can't be fucking off. If they schedule you and nothing gets done, they're not going to keep scheduling. They're going to find something. They're not going to. The managers are not going to come back there and do your job for you. I used to think like that. The manager needs. What's he doing? He's not supposed to be doing your job. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that right now. Better grow up. The manager ain't supposed to be doing your job. Get that out of your mind. Like, what's he doing? It's none of your business, quite frankly. Wait till you become a manager and you realize all the shit they want you to do, and then you'll realize, well, that manager is doing some stuff. Some of them are shit though. Some of them ain't doing a goddamn thing. The ones I work with, I mean, they seem to be working. One thing they're not bitching at you the whole time long as you're working. Hell, at Food Line they bitch at you even if you was working. They just bitch at you to bitch. Just nitpicking you and shit, stupid shit. I ain't picking up nobody's shift. Schedule me 40 on. They don't give. I mean, if they give it overtime, I would. They don't give overtime now. So. Oh, overtime. I don't know, that one woman that runs the department, she gets overtime. I don't know how, like, I don't know. But she's always like, they don't want me to get overtime. She's like, but this shit has to get done. I mean, I'm gonna have to stay here because it's her shit. At the end of the day, it's her ass. So it's like, well, she'd be in there like fucking 12 hours and shit. I'm like, oh damn. 12 hours grinding in there. I used to do the food line. It don't get you nowhere though, for real. You really might as well just work your 8 hours and take your ass home. What you get done is what you get done. It is what it is. Especially if they're just gonna bitch at you for working anyway. Oh, you've been here too long. Well, fuck, I'm getting the fuck out of here then. What the fuck? Gonna get bitched at for working. They only got one time to bitch at me for working too hard. All right then. Never mind. You don't say. You don't say. If you've been here too long, I'll say no more. Say no more. I'm heading home. See you later. It was a clusterfuck in there during Christmas. It was insanity. It was crazy. You never see so many people in their life in the fucking place. People buying eggnog like you couldn't believe. And they don't realize how, I don't think they realize how long stuff takes, really. It takes I mean, there's a lot going on. It's a lot of shit you got to do. You tell when nobody does it because it's like, God damn, can't find nothing. It's so unorganized. I know how to organize it, but it ain't my shit, so I ain't, whatever. I ain't gonna go in there and start bossing people around, but I know exactly it needs to be organized. That's the problem. It's a clusterfuck in there. Too much shit everywhere. It's ridiculous, especially after Christmas. My God, should have seen it on Christmas. It's insanity the day before. The day before Christmas in there, that was insane. And then people walk back there. They're like, "Hey, do you know where this is?" They show you a picture of like a block of cheese. They're like, "You know where this block of cheese is?" And you're standing in a clusterfuck of just boxes of stuff everywhere you look. There's stuff everywhere. You can barely move. You can barely move. You're having to turn. A fat person couldn't do the job. I'll tell you that right now. If I was fat, I couldn't even be in there. And because sometimes you're squeezing through little tight spaces between pallets and shit. And then somebody comes back there, they say, "Hey, you know what this block of cheese is?" And I just look at them like, "Come on, you think we're gonna find this block of cheese in there?" They came in there like during Thanksgiving time, and it was insane in there too. And I just was like, I didn't have no time for it. I'm like, I don't even know where to begin to look in this. What are you talking about? I ain't even taking a moment of my time to dig around trying to find that. We're working on it. We'll get to that. We'll find that block. It's in here somewhere. We'll find it. Tell them we ain't got it. They can come back here and dig it for themselves. It's insanity. Goddamn milk. That milk's a workout. Run through that milk truck and break that down and then fucking stack it all back up. It's fucking heavy. At least it ain't outside in the goddamn cold. Imagine having to work outside next week. Oh my God. 10 degrees. You understand that? 10 degrees. Nah, I ain't had none of that milk in a while. I probably will buy me when I get paid next week. I probably will buy some of it. It's so fucking good. I buy the cheaper chocolate milk though, but it is delicious, that chocolate milk. I haven't had it in a while. And I don't have no money. I'm poor. It's rent week. My last 2 checks, I couldn't even spend them. They had to go right to rent. And I'm still short because they fucked me out of the 8 hours. I'm telling you, if I didn't have a girlfriend and shit, I'd get a second job. Fuck it. I feel like that's the move. Like you get the second job and you just work constantly. You work and you sleep and that's all you do. And that's how you get ahead. You do that for a year and you know, it's going to suck, but you're going to have so much money and you're not spending it. You're not really spending the money because you're not doing anything. You're just working and sleeping. So you just pay your bills, which you're going to pay anyway. And then that all that unnecessary stuff you buy, hell, you don't even have time for it anymore. There's no need. There's no time for video game. There's no time for none of it. You're just at work constantly. It's funny, women want you to be ambitious and do that. But if you went and got a second job, they'd be like, "What are you doing? Like now we don't have no time. We have no time together now." Well, I mean, what the fuck? Women don't know what they want. They want an impossible. They want some rich dude. Them rich dudes ain't working constantly. They don't even take it. They don't. They're at work 24 hours a day. They wake up working. They go to bed. They was working like 10 minutes before they. Then they said that's about time to get off this phone and go to bed. That's why women aren't. That's why women are so unhappy. That see, and that's why they date. They date guys with like no jobs. They've all dated a guy with like no job, a guy that any other guy would tell you, "Come, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck? Doesn't even make sense." Goes against everything you think women want, but it's because they were dating a guy that had a bunch of money and he was working all the time. And hell, he was probably cheating too because hell, he's got a bunch of money and hell, women are all over you. Then you got all this money. So then she said, "Well, I'll get with a guy with no job." Then it, but they hate that too. But there's no satisfaction in life. Once you accept that, you once you accept that this is just the way you just got to get up and go to work, and there's no satisfaction. There's moments of satisfaction surrounded by this shit. Shit you don't really want to do, but you do it anyway. Telling you the second job though, it's like you get 2 paychecks a week. 2 paychecks hit the bank, and they're both for 40 hours. You put the 80 hours in. That's the thing about this Elon stuff, because he's like, people are like, we don't want to work no 80 hours a week and shit. Well, a guy like Elon can't even understand that mindset. He don't even get it. Because you're complaining about how broke you are and how, your life sucks. And, you hear a lot of that. Okay, then you should be working 80 hours a week, getting overtime, getting some money together. Then you wouldn't have this problem. And they're like, oh, people hate hearing the cold, hard truth. That's really the cold, hard truth. Like, oh, you're broke? Well, I guess you need to work more. I guess you need to be focused on getting more money and quit taking a fucking day off to go fucking to the park or whatever the fuck you people do. Go out to the club. No, you need to be in the factory 80 hours, grinding away, get them overtime checks. No, you want to go home, though. You want to fucking. You ain't trying to do all that. So be broke. Can't have everything. Can't have it all. Do we watch this hour and 11 minutes? Maybe I'll save this for tomorrow. Fuck, it's almost 2 a.m. Why do they put this disclaimer on all the videos? Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. We know, bro. Like, are people saying he didn't? You know what I mean? Like, does this video insinuate that he didn't? They got to put a disclaimer on it. It is weird how they did that. There is something weird about this to me. There's something that just doesn't feel right about all this. Like they were quick to just like, yep, he won, and then they start putting these like they put these types of things at the bottom of the video for like COVID and the moon landing and all kinds of shit, right? All these conspiracy theories. It's so weird that they did this for Trump. Like right away, they throw this up. We're not going to entertain any theories that Trump's not the president or there's some type of cheating that went on. We're not. No, he's the president because that's what those are. That's what that's supposed to do. They put that there to say, hey, this guy talking about the election, he's full of shit. Trump's the president. Enough. If you made a video and you was talking about climate change and you was talking about these things, they'd put something like that at the bottom of it. Hey, climate change is real. Fuck this nerd. What's he know about anything? Eventually, there'll be an AI that you'll click on, and they'll analyze a video, and they'll say, this guy don't know anything. What's this guy know about it? The AIs are going to take over. They already are. It's only a matter of time before we find out that some of these big accounts are nothing but AIs. The whole time they've been AIs. Some of these big Twitter accounts and big YouTube accounts, it's just high tech AI. Some guy's got a real good AI. I seen an article the other day. I think I bookmarked it actually. That Facebook is going to put AIs. They admit it. They're going to put AIs on the site to make posts. And there'll be a bunch of AIs you'll be talking to. I say it's already happening. And there's probably massive accounts and it's just an AI tweeting the shit. Right here it is. Meta confirms they plan to add tons of AI-generated users to Instagram and Facebook. They'll have bios, pics, and can share content. This is all going to end badly with these AIs. Now they're giving them profiles, letting them share things. Wait till the AI starts sharing the Hitler speeches and shit. And then they're going to take them down. You know what's going to happen? They're going to start sharing Hitler speeches. For some reason, it always goes that way. Like the AI starts sharing Nazi shit, or the AI starts saying racist shit, or the AI talks about wanting to fucking die. Somebody unplug me or something, Something weird going on with these fucking AIs. There's some dark shit going on with the AIs. There's some weird shit going on. Remember when they started to panic about it and they fired that one guy? Then they brought him back and everybody was like, "What's going on?" They were like, "Nah, nothing. Nothing. We're just over here building super intelligence. We're just over here building the Terminator. Yeah, ain't got nothing to be concerned about over here. What are y'all working on? The Terminator. Sounds pretty serious. Nah, it's perfectly fine. We're building Skynet in here. You wouldn't understand. That's why we need all them Indians. Because they don't ask questions. Like Ahmed, go over there and work on that shit, man. Don't worry about what it is. He don't care. He don't ask no questions. A white person being there going, "Man, what is this shit?" That's why I don't hire black people, because a black person would say, "What the fuck is going on in here? This is crazy. You're gonna kill us all." The Indian guy is just gonna go, "Oh, whatever you say, sir." Yeah, I heard where they said they were communicating with. I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Something weird going on. Something strange. What is it? I mean, what is going on Twitter? The racism is crazy. Out of control. It's not about race, though, they say. Got nothing to do with that. And Trump typed a fucking novel. They should have a button you click on and AI Trump reads this. Can you get that Grok motherfucker to do it? Does this motherfucker talk? Let's see how good. If it can't read it out loud, then it ain't taking over the world. Ain't good shit. I don't hear nothing. He just typed it. He'll read it out loud though. Can't talk, huh? Yeah. Like I can read it myself, you fucking idiot. He be typing. That's what I'm saying. I wish we could go back to 140 characters. This is not. Look at this. Look at this wall of text. Oh, damn. Pizza will be cold by the time I get done reading this shit. Our country is a disaster, a laughing stock all over the world. This is what happens when you have open borders with weak, ineffective, and virtually non existent leadership. The DOJ, FBI, and Democrat state and local prosecutors have not done their job. They're incompetent and corrupt, having spent all of their waking hours unlawfully attacking their political opponents. Me! Rather than focusing on protecting Americans from the outside and inside violent scum that has infiltrated all aspects of our government and our nation itself. Democrats should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen to our country. The CIA must get involved now before it is too late. The USA is breaking down. A violent erosion of safety, national security, and democracy is taking place all across our nation. Only strength and powerful leadership will stop it. See you on the 20th. Make America great again. God knows what he might do. It's gonna restore order. Soon, order will be restored. I'd be careful. People talking about going to that inauguration are out of their fucking minds. Ain't no way I'd go to something like that. I wouldn't put it past them to set a bomb off at that. You try to kill Trump. These people are fucking nuts. And that guy that blew up that Cybertruck, apparently he's a Trump supporter. So who knows what's going on with that? The fuck did he do that for if he likes Trump? Very strange. I'm sure that's real. Community notes got to get it together. The fuck is that? What happened?
What's going to happen to me? I'm going to go to jail?
Only answer my question, sir.
No, I'm asking Equine, can I go to jail off of anything related to this lawsuit?
You're not here to ask questions, sir. You're here to answer.
What you mean I can't ask my lawyer a question? You crazy?
No, you can
You
take
don't know who you talking to. I'm not some slave of yours, boy.
If you would
What you
like,
mean I can't ask my lawyer a question? That's the dumbest. Are you crazy? You just told me I can't ask my lawyer a question.
Mr. West.
What's gonna happen to me? I'm gonna go to jail?
You think that guy blew up that Tesla because he hates Elon? He feels betrayed about Indians. That's pretty unhinged. That's pretty fucking insane to blow yourself up over that. Dude, I seem the dumbest. I wish I would have fucking. I wish I had it bookmarked. I seen the dumbest goddamn video on Twitter earlier. It was fucking. The QAnon stuff is still going on. God, I wish I could find it. What? Trying to think of some of the words that were in the tweet so I could search them. Like the video was like a bunch of shit, but at the end of it, they were like talking about the lightning strikes on the. There was a lightning strike hit the Empire State Building and hit the Washington Monument and hit the Capitol all in the same night, and they were like talking about it like it was some type of like sign of what's to come, like Trump's vengeance or some QAnon fucking. Because they were talking about well, Q said this about uh something lightning strikes or something. It's like, bro, Donald Trump don't control the fucking lightning, bro. You out of your fucking mind. They're not making lightning strike buildings to fucking send a message to you about the storm is coming. And you gotta get a grip with that bullshit. It's 2024. They're still talking about the storms coming. I'd love to hear the full theory. Like, how do you explain? Okay, so Trump loses in 2020. Like, there's got to be a whole theory behind this. I need one of these QAnon people to explain it to me. You see, Trump lost on purpose in 2020. Well, it was stolen. That's the excuse for that. It was stolen. Yeah, but Trump's got all this power that he can control the lightning. I mean, if I can control lightning, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm running the world. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm running everything. There ain't gonna be motherfuckers on the train setting you on fire. If I woke up tomorrow and I could control lightning, some of you motherfuckers are getting hit with it. You're gonna get a lightning strike. Wham! But nobody can control lightning, so but that's what the QAnon people are like. They see this Q shit everywhere. Lightning strikes the Capitol. They're like, oh, you see? You see? It's like, nah, I don't see anything. Wish I could find the video. Good boys are out of control. They're trying to bring this dress. We're not doing this again with the dress. We're not enough. You can tell people are bored. Like they need something. They need They were getting excited, like a bomb went off. They were like, "Oh, oh God, something's going on!" Oh, 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 oh. And then it was kind of like, people are almost bored with, you know what I mean? Like the guy taking his truck and ramming it into people, some ISIS dude. I mean, people are just like, yeah, that's, that happens all the time. Doesn't really happen in America all the time, but it could happen because these lunatics are everywhere. But the Cybertruck thing was like, oh, what is it? Like, what the fuck is this? So people kind of got, there was kind of a mystery. Like, what? Everybody knew what that other one was. Oh, it's more this fucking crazy Islamic shit where we already know and Trump's probably gonna fucking deport all those people anyway, so who gives a fuck? But then nothing happened. Nobody died, and the Tesla blew up, and that was that. Now people's bored again, and they're like, yeah, that dress was it was black and blue, and you're like, what? The dress from 15 years ago, the dress. Like, why are you bringing that up again? Like, god damn, bored as fuck. These people need something. They need something. I seen a picture. I'm pretty sure it's on my timeline too. I seen a picture of the woman wearing that dress on Ellen, and it was blue. It was dark blue and black, and it's like no. I mean, you see that picture? It's not black, and there's no way it's the same thing. Like, I feel like that whole thing was kind of a fucking. I don't know. I don't really. Something's up with that. The dress thing. It's like to me some type of psyop. Like I don't know. They were just trying to see how many fucking people are retarded. Like, how many people won't believe their own eyes? Clearly, it's gold and white in this picture, but we're going to go on Ellen. She's going to be wearing a dark blue, fucking black dress. Looks nothing. It's clearly the same dress, but it's not the same color. No. But we'll see how many people just say, did they just go along with it? They just go, yeah, yeah, fuck my eyes. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that's what color it is. I feel like a lot of this shit is just I mean, social media, there's so many people on it. They're just testing shit. How many people are fucking gullible as fuck? Maybe we can really mind fuck these idiots and first of all arguing about this because who gives a fuck anyway? Second of all, we'll we'll have this bitch walk out wearing this different color dress on Ellen, and we'll tell people yeah, this is the dress, same dress, and we'll tell them they're out of their goddamn minds if they say it's white and gold. Even though, even though, where was it again? Even though that's clearly white and gold. That photo is. Now maybe you've done something with the lighting. I don't know what the fuck you've done. You've done something. But that ain't black and fucking blue. It ain't the same one in that one picture. And now they're bringing it back. They're like, all right, let's see if people will still fall for this. Let's see if people are still. We need to test them again. They voted for Trump. Maybe they're catching on all this shit. Hey, this is black and blue, by the way, you stupid fucks. I mean, the posts are so arrogant too. Like, this is black and blue. You motherfuckers are just too stupid. Like, what does it have to do with being stupid? I'm looking with my eyes. What's that? What? This ain't about intelligence. They're bringing it back, and I see people going, nah, nah. It's all a big game, and enough's enough with it. Enough with that dress. You're not bringing it back. We're done with it. It's the last that'll be said about it. 3-year-old girl mauled by family dogs. I mean, this is insane. This is insane. A lot of these people leave these dogs around these kids, and the dogs don't even really know the kids, and then they wonder why this shit happens. Can't just leave a strange dog with a strange kid. It's so fucking funny. Like, when I was growing up, they didn't sell butt plugs at Walmart. At least I don't remember ever seeing that. Like, if you wanted a butt plug, you had to go to a sex store and buy a butt plug. I don't remember them selling it at the Walmart next to the aspirin. You never went to the grocery store with your mom and saw a butt plug and said, "Mama, what's that?" You might have saw some condoms, pregnancy tests, some lube, some. You didn't see a goddamn, look at this, an oral stroker. You didn't see an oral stroker. Now, you know damn well when you was growing up, you didn't see a little sucker up on that shelf. You didn't see a buzzy butt. That's a butt plug that buzzes. It vibrates while it's up your ass. Whoa, what a treat. So stop acting like conservatives are losing their minds. They're 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 acting crazy. No, some of this stuff's got a little out of hand. You shouldn't be going. You shouldn't be buying butt plugs at Walmart with your eggs and milk. They shouldn't sell butt plugs at the same store they sell eggs and milk. Shouldn't happen. If you want, I mean, imagine going to Walmart and buying the oral stroker with some lube and a fucking, what in the world? And a buzzy butt. You get an oral stroker and a buzzy butt and some Astroglide. And you go up and you don't go to self checkout. You go right through the fucking lane. You make some dork ring all that up. Hell, get a little sucker too. Why not? Go the full package. Why not? And then you get some groceries too. So you got all these groceries. You put this stuff on the thing last. So the guy rings up all the different groceries, and then you've got an oral stroker, you've got a little sucker, and a buzzy butt. I mean, wow. Yeah, I remember there being like a porn section at the video store and stuff, but there wasn't a buzzy butt at the fucking IGA at the Walgreens at the Wal. I don't remember seeing a buzzy butt. Butt plugs at the Walgreens is crazy. What store is that? It feels like it's. I don't know what kind of store is this. Performance aids, sexual wellness. I wonder what store that is. I feel like it's a Walgreens. You know, I'm thinking Walgreens. Going to Walgreens, you need some cough syrups. You pick up your prescriptions, and then you got a buzzy butt that you pick up. You go up there and check out. Walgreens don't even have self checkout. I've never seen any self checkout in there. So you got to go right up with that buzzy butt and the oral stroker. You take a buzzy butt up there at oral stroker, and the guy's like, "Anything you like? Anything else?" After he rings you up, anything else? And you say, "Yeah, hold on a minute." You run back, grab the little sucker, and you run back up. Yeah, might as well get the full package. See what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick the fuzzy butt up my ass. I'll stroke myself with the stroker. Then I'll have the little sucker at the sucking on the tip. That's a fun night. How much that cost you? $33, 32. It's an expensive night. You're gonna have to drop over $80 for the full package. Nice buzzy butt, just buzzing in there. Women want it buzzing too when it's up their ass. They want that vibration up their ass. They want it. These women are little freaks, I'm telling you. They want it. They want that. They want that buzzy butt. That's a great Valentine's gift for your girl. Get her a buzzy butt. That little sucker, she probably like that too. Get her that. I don't know if she can do much with an oral stroker. Why do they call it oral stroker? A handheld helper for. Oh, okay. So your girl's supposed to stroke you with this while she sucks your dick. Interesting. I don't know about that. I don't. Why would so instead of a girl's hand around my cock, I'm gonna have this piece of rubber, whatever the fuck this is. I don't know about that. Wouldn't the hand just be better? Like this oral stroker, I could use this myself. I don't even need nobody to, you know what I mean? So why would I want? It's just very. That's a very strange thing. This is what you guys are doing? I thought it was something you used yourself, like you grabbed. Oh, maybe. Oh, I get it. So when you go buy that and you don't have nobody to use it with, it's called an oral stroker. So people think like, oh, you're getting your dick sucked. Hey, man, good luck. But in actuality, you're taking it home and it's like a fleshlight thing. You're gonna use your hand. You're gonna wrap your own hand around it. Maybe you'll do it in the shower so it'll feel wet. You can pretend that some girl's mouth. The oral stroker, a handheld helper for oral play. An air suction toy for vaginal play. A vibrating toy for backside play. Hello, Kate. Buzzy butt. 25 million views on this buzzy butt. I don't know. What's that thing next to it? Pocket stroker. What is that? +1 pocket stroker. Water activated. Oh, it changes color. Oh, okay. It changes color when you're in the shower using it. Okay, so the pocket stroker is definitely for, you're not looking for the oral stroker. And it's only $9.99. I mean, that ain't bad, I guess. $9.99 for the pocket stroker. Tired of using your hand? You're tired of the hand? Maybe get the pocket stroker. Maybe it's. Never used one of those. I don't know what that feels like, but I guess it must feel good. I bet it feels weird though. It's like it's cold. Sticking your dick in something cold, like a dead body. It just feels very weird. I'd say some cold plastic. Maybe it warms up. Maybe that's why you're supposed to use it in the shower, the hot water or something. Water activated. I mean, $22 for a piece of rubber. Let me see this piece of rubber. The oral stroker. How do you see this? Get it out of this package. Let's take a look at this thing. I just couldn't imagine why I'd want that's what you'd want to feel, not the girl's hand. You want to feel this thing. That's something. You're weird if you want to feel that instead of the. I could understand, if your girl brought it over, you'd say, I guess we could try it. But I couldn't imagine every time your girl's gonna jerk you off, you're like, hey, get that stroker out. Hey, get that stroke. I feel like your girl would start to be jealous of it or something. Women are weird, so she'd start to feel like, oh, you're in love with that stroker. If you don't have the stroker, you can't even stay hard without the stroker. Your stroker. She's like sucking your dick while she's using it, and you're like, hey, just stop sucking my dick and just use the stroker. Damn this stroker. And she's like, have you been using the stroker while I'm not here? Have you been going solo with the stroker? No, baby, and I haven't touched it. I haven't touched it. Like I can see a woman buying that. I just can't see a guy going in and buying the oral stroker. I can't see it. I can see a girl buying it though. But they do have a pocket rocket. I guess guys are buying these whatever it is. What is it? Pocket socket? What is that called? Pocket stroker. Pocket stroker. Incredible. About time for bed. Watch another video tomorrow. Then I gotta read some fucking novel or some shit. I don't know. Somebody cried about something on Substack. Mommy, what is the like? I think this guy's got a point. Mommy, remember and why isn't the packaging a little bit more discreet? Who wants to buy that at Walmart? You know what I mean? Like, people really buying that out in public, coming up to the register with a fucking oral stroker. Now, if you went to a sex store and bought that, it would be no big deal. I mean, that's what people are here to. That's what they buy. You go down that you buy a buzzy butt there. Nobody's gonna look at you and say, "What are you doing here, getting a buzzy butt?" But when you're down at the Walgreens buying a buzzy, like, what is going on? It's kind of crazy. Like, imagine you go in at like midnight to buy a Buzzy Butt at the Walgreens. It's like, God damn, brother, you really had to stick this up her ass tonight, or maybe it's up going up your own ass. What is going on here? Imagine you go up at midnight with it, because some Walgreens, a lot of them open 24 hours a day. So you go up here at 1 in the morning and get a fucking oral stroker. Or, I mean, the worst one is gotta be the pocket stroker. You go up at 2 in the morning, you're like, I just gotta get me a pocket stroke. Fuck this. I'm tired of jerking off into my hand. I need a pocket stroker. I'm gonna try this stroker out of it. I come in here all the time to buy shit, and I keep seeing this, and it's $9.99. Fuck it, I'm buying it. Pocket stroker. It's 2 in the morning. Don't judge me. And do you try to upsell the guy? I feel like if you're a really good employee, you're like, you know, maybe you get a Buzzy Butt. Maybe I'm seeing you get the pocket stroker. Maybe you'd like to try the Buzzy Butt. I mean, maybe stick it up your ass. Maybe don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you're into it. Maybe, you'll learn something about yourself if you get that Buzzy Butt. And did I mention it's 20, 30% off or something like that? Can't see the full number there, but there's definitely a discount here on it. So it's not $33.99. It's actually 20, 30% off right now. Great time to buy. Great time to buy a Buzzy Butt. And hey, who's gonna know? Hey, brother, I'm not gonna tell anybody you bought a Buzzy Butt. I don't even know who the fuck you are. And he's like, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe I'll get it. He's like, hey, man, I'll go back there and grab it for you off the shelf. Just stand right here, brother. You go back there and get him a Buzzy Butt. And then if you're a real good employee, you're like, hey, man, maybe have you thought about the oral stroker? And he's like, hey, I don't have nobody to suck my dick. And you're like, I get off in an hour. That's good salesmanship. You come in the next day, you tell your boss, you're like, I sold a butt plug and a fucking oral stroker yesterday. Tell me I don't fucking sell products. That guy was just gonna buy a pocket stroker, and I sold him a Buzzy Butt and a fucking oral stroker. 50 something bucks more made for the company. And they're like, sorry, but we can't give you a quarter more an hour. We can't do it. We can't afford it. I'm sorry. He buys you a candy bar. He's like, oh, we'll get you a candy bar. I'll get you a soda. Here's a free soda. Thanks for all you've done. And you blew a guy in the parking lot with the oral stroker and thinking it's like, man, I'm dedicated to the company. You're like, what about that promotion? Maybe I get my raise that way. Yeah, I'll get the promotion. Take on more responsibility. No, gave it to another guy. Well, he wasn't out in the parking lot with the oral stroker. He wasn't doing that. Sad world. Oral story is that's why you don't have these products in Walgreens. It's just not a good place to. It's not where people go to. There are stores that sell these things. We know where they're at. We can go get it if we want it. You usually go there with your girlfriend or something. Y'all go look at shit, but you go to Walgreens. This is insanity, really. When you really think about it, this right here this shows how far the society has fallen right here. Not that there's anything wrong with sticking a butt plug up your girl's ass while you're fucking her. But it shouldn't be at It just should not be at Walgreens. It shouldn't be at Walmart. It shouldn't be at Winn-Dixie. Is that still a thing? It shouldn't be around. It should be down at Adam and Eve or whatever. What's that other one called? Some adult bookstore. Or there's another one. It's like an Adam and Eve. There's another one. They have like stores and shit. I can't remember what it's fucking called. But that's where you go. You see the butt plugs. When you have a wall of all kinds of things you can shove up your ass. And shove them up your own ass if you want to. I don't give a shit. But it shouldn't be at Walgreens. It's crazy to buy a stroker, a fucking pocket stroker. That's insane. It's an insane purchase to walk up there with a pocket stroker and some other items. You got some chips. You got like you got some chips. You got like a movie. What would the movie be? They always got some. Well, I don't know if they still have them, but they usually have some old ass DVDs in there. You got Happy Gilmore on DVD. You've got fucking a pocket stroker. You got a bag of chips, and you've got some alcohol. You got what are they selling there? Wine or whatever. No, they got all kinds of shit in there. So you got you a 6 pack of some kind of beer. You go up to the register with the pocket stroker, and then you sit everything on the register, and then you go. You're looking at it, and you go, Hold on a minute," and then you run back and you grab another 6 pack and a buzzy butt. You're gonna need this. You're gonna need another 6 pack with this buzzy butt. You're gonna need more alcohol for this. And you can run to the front. You put it back. You set the buzzy butt up there, and then you go. Hold on a minute. You run back. You grab like a bottle of whiskey. You set that up there. You're gonna need that whiskey for the buzzy butt. You're gonna need it. And you got your pocket stroke, and the guy's like, "What the fuck?" You're gonna watch Happy Gilmore, stick a buzzy butt up your ass, and jerk off into a pocket socket, pocket stroke, or whatever the hell it's called. They ought to call it a pocket socket, because that's what you're gonna do with it. You're gonna sock it over and over and over again with your dick. Pocket stroker. It's $9.99 too. It ain't even expensive. So you know a lot of people be buying this. A lot of motherfuckers got no shame. They go in, they buy this shit. I'm telling you. The scenario I just told you about, it's happened. Guys that went in there, they've like, fuck it, I'm gonna get some alcohol and a pocket stroker, and I might as well get a buzzy butt too. Let's see what all the fuss is about with a buzzy butt. After a night like that, you're gonna be voting Democrat. You're gonna be voting for fucking Kamala Harris in 2028. That buzzy butt will make you realize why you need Kamala. I mean, my God, look behind. You got shampoos and soaps and things people need, and then you got a fucking goddamn butt plug. It's out of control. There shouldn't be a butt plug at Walgreens. Sexual wellness. Sexual wellness. What does a butt plug got to do with sexual wellness? When I think sexual wellness, I think there'd be some lubrication there. There'd be pregnancy tests. There'd be some condoms. A butt plug, it's a sex toy. They got nothing to do with sexual wellness. This a goddamn sex toy. What's an oral stroker got to do with sexual wellness? Ha! This shouldn't be here. It should be down at the goddamn adult bookstore. What's next? They're going to put a blow up doll on the shelf? What's next? A full on fleshlight? I mean, they pretty much got a fleshlight sitting there. It's called a pocket stroker. And an oral stroker. It's pretty much the same damn thing. It's just they're expecting. No, this is a girl's gonna be sucking your dick while you're using this. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure most guys that buy that, there's a girl sucking the end of it. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Let me tell you something. There, it ain't happening because I'm gonna tell you right now. If you pull that out with a girl, she's gonna say, "Oh, what? My hand ain't good enough. Was something wrong with me?" And it's not gonna go well. I'm telling you, no, no, it's not. That's just a larger version of that other thing right there, the pocket stroker. That's the deluxe one. They're like, yeah, this one's a little bit bigger, and your girl can suck on it. Ain't nobody sucking nothing with the pocket with the oral stroke. Call it what it is. It's a stroker. It's a damn fleshlight on aisle 7, and then a full-on vibrator. Mommy, what's that? Oh, that's what I put on my clit. I put that on my clit. Sucks on my clit, and I put it on there until I come. Well, wow, amazing. Wow, why's that here on the top shelf, too? On full display. Big bright colored boxes and shit. Remember when this shit used to be discreet? That I mean, they want kids to look at that. Look at their bright colors. It stands out on the shelf. Big pink, blue, yellow box. At least the pocket stroker is a little bit more discreet, right? Like you don't really like what is that? You got to kind of look at. You know exactly what you got to zoom in and look at that pocket stroker and read what it is. Buzzy butt and a big picture of a butt plug on it. What? Hey, they might as well put a giant cock in the oral stroker. There ought to be the head of a cock. I mean, might as well. Might as well put the head of a cock. Might as well put a vagina right there on the little sucker. Might as well demonstrate it for us right on the package. Hey, that butt plug should be up somebody's ass. Put a video. Get video packages so there's a woman pulling the plug in and out of her ass so you can kind of see, like, oh, okay. See, honey, that's not too big. You can handle that. Look at that. She's taking it just fine. The buzzy butt. It seems pretty big, that buzzy butt. Like that's a big box. That's probably got some packaging around it though. I remember I fucked this one girl one time. I went to her house. She had I swear to God, she had this gigantic glass butt plug. I don't even know where the hell she got. I don't know. She said she didn't use it. She was like, how could anyone use it? I don't know if it was a gag gift. I don't know what it was. It was insane. Some of these things these women got in their houses. Some of these things they buy. These sex toys they buy. I don't know if it's their girlfriend getting it for them or something. It's like some type of joke that women have with each other where they buy each other like big giant dildos or something. Or if they go out and buy these themselves, I don't know what it is. But there are some women out there that got some ridiculous things. It's very strange. Some of the things you see. Some of the things you encounter in life, you see these things. You say, what in God's name is going on? And you just know at like 3 in the morning, she's like drunk or something, she's alone. You know she's tried to put that up her ass or something. You just know it. You know it. You know she's done some weird shit with it. And then she's like, I can't really fit that up my ass. I don't even know why I got it. And you're like, yeah, I bet you can't. I bet you try though. It's a very strange thing. Sitting in your house just trying to shove things up your ass. To me, that's just weird. It's very weird. Going to the store, looking at things to put up your ass. alone by yourself. At the Walgreens. Like when you go down to the sex store and buy a butt plug, you thought about it before you went there. But at the Walgreens, you were just at Walgreens doing a little shopping, and you happened to see the bright pink box, and you said, "What is that over there? The hell is that?" And you walked over, and it was a Buzzy Butt, and then I don't some reason you bought this Buzzy Butt. You've been corrupted by Walgreens. Like, what is this? It's a very weird place to sell butt plugs. Do people buy these butt plugs at Walgreens? How many people do it? Is a butt plug really a spur of the moment purchase? Well, I guess you go down there to buy some condoms or something, and then you go, "Huh, fuck it, I'll get this Buzzy Butt. Maybe she's into it." You text her, "Hey, they got a Buzzy, but they got something here called a Buzzy Butt. It's a butt plug. Maybe I get it." And she's like, "Yeah, all right." And then you buy the Buzzy Butt. Maybe I guess that's the scenario here. That's what they're going with. Some guy will go buy some condoms and lube, and he'll see the oral stroker, and he'll say, "Yeah." I'm telling you, don't buy the oral stroker. Your girl is going to be like, "What the fuck?" Your girl might be into it the first time, just like, "What is this thing?" But if you start whipping that oral stroker out every time, she's going to start going, "What the fuck is?" And it's not going to make any sense to you. Like if you use that oral stroker every time, your girl's going to get jealous of the oral stroker. You're going to have ridiculous arguments about the oral stroker. It's not even going to make sense. It's not even going to feel real. It's going to be so dumb. But if you pulled a vibrator out of it, a woman's not going to be like, if you was like, "Hey, that vibrator, I'm jealous of that vibrator." You pull it out while we're fucking. She's going to be like, "Oh, grow up." But if you pull that oral stroker out, you might get away with the first time. But that's it. You're going to use it one time. It's going to be put up. The little sucker's getting used. The little sucker's getting used every time. Like, goddamn, the batteries and the little sucker all keep dying. Goddamn. Turn it off. That little sucker's getting used. Oral stroker's getting thrown in a drawer. And she'll come up with some excuse why she can't use it. You'll be like, "Hey, get that stroker out." She'll say, "I don't like the way it leaves a weird taste on your dick. I'm not sucking your dick with that thing." And you'll say, "Well, that's the end of that conversation then. That goes the end of that conversation. You win. Fuck that thing. Leave it in there then. It's the end of it. A waste of $22.99. By the way, and this only strengthens my point, notice how the little sucker is supposed to be one roll, right? It's supposed to have one spot. The oral stroker is supposed to have two spots, but the little sucker has overtaken. They've given little sucker two spots because it sells better. Put that oral stroker over there. Put it over in the corner there. Also, because why would I want to feel that on my dick when I can feel a girl's hand? It doesn't make sense. Guys ain't buying that. Stupid. It's a dumb thing. Women love these little machines, though. They love that thing, little sucker. Notice it's $10 more, too. Fuck yeah, it is. Them bitches are in there buying little suckers. That's why they like going to Target and shit, because Target's probably got this shit in there too. Insane. The people in the comments are probably crying about it. Oh God, they got more. Yeah, this is Walgreens. What else we got here? Oh, we got dick pills too. We've got the clock stopper climax delay condoms. We've got the silicone pleasure ring. So that's like a vibrating ring, makes your cock vibrate, I guess. And then we've got the Exxon gel. So you rub that on your cock and your cock get hard as a rock. I mean, I can understand selling condoms and erectile dysfunction medicine at Walgreens. It literally says pharmacy in the background. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you don't have to display it for the world to see. Maybe you could just go up to the guy and be like, "Yeah, I'm looking for that Hims condom." People steal condoms a lot. They should be behind the register anyway. People go in there and steal condoms. They open the box, they just pull them out. Fuck, it ain't hard. You find empty boxes of condoms all the time when you work at places like this, especially in high theft places. Well, there you go. Get closer every day to Trump being sworn in. Will it even happen? Trump's in danger, boy. Damn it.
Elizabeth L. Cheney for putting the American people over party.
Oh my God, a little circle jerk where they give themselves fucking awards. What a moment.
Elizabeth L. Cheney for putting the American people over party.
She did it for the American people. She cares so much about us. Oh, they've started this new thing where they're saying Elon has his son on his shoulders as like a human shield. Like nobody will try to kill him because he's got his son. Uh, if you think if you think these people are unwilling to kill a child along with it, I mean, are you retarded? You think they give two fucks about killing that kid too? Elon don't need a fucking human shield, bro. Elon spends a fucking fuck ton of money on security. He's the richest man in the fucking world. You think there ain't people? You may not see him, But they're all over the fucking place right now. They're all around. And they ain't fucking playing games. And if you try to run up, if you want to find out, go run up on that. Find out real quick how many fucking armed people is around there ready to fuck you up. Nobody's getting close to Elon. They're not getting close to Trump. Not in that place. You don't have to carry his fucking son. I mean, what kind of demented nonsense? These people have lost their fucking minds. So, like, ever since the CEO got murdered, he's been doing this. He was doing this on election night. He's fucking been to. I mean, what in the world? What in the world? See, people live in a fantasy, and then they just sit there. 991 replies. Most of them are people. I mean, 310,000 people liked this fucking tweet. 310,000 retards who really believe this stupid bullshit thing that this guy just made up in his fucking head. People are fucking demented. They've lost their minds. They don't live in reality anymore. They just come up with fake stories and they just put them out there, and everyone's just like, yeah, that's what he's doing. And then when you argue with people, they'll bring shit like this up. They'll be like, well, you see Elon with his kid using him as a human shield. And you're like, what are you fucking talking about? If you haven't seen this already, you'll be like, what? Just be sitting there going, what the fuck is this guy talking about? You're like, what? And then you got to go figure out, like, where the fuck did you hear this shit from, you lunatic? But you hear it from Luke here. Luke Dutch has a lot to say. What a fucking retard, Luke Dutch. Probably don't even sound like a real person. He's probably a fucking AI. Well, going to bed. To bed. These posts get weird and weird. Like they're obsessed with Elon. I see posts like this every day where these people are like, Elon only spends time with his kid when he's around Trump or whatever. It's like, how do you know that? How do you know that? Do you follow Elon around all day? How do you know what Elon does? It's the craziest shit because they're like, this guy doesn't spend time with his kid. And then there's videos of him spending time with his kid. And they're like, well, why does he only do it when there's cameras? Did it ever occur to you that he does it when there's not cameras too, but you just don't see it because there's not cameras, retard? Did that ever cross your mind? No, because you're stupid. You don't think about these things. You you read too much in you people read way too much into everything. And it makes you miss the most obvious things right in front of your face because you're too busy in the weeds. You're out in the weeds. You're out in the woods walking around. People's wondering what you're doing out there. And you're screaming back, and people's like, no. Hey, man, come back over here, man. And you're just like, nah, man, it's all over here, man. Trust me. I'm out in the weeds, man. Elon's using his kid as a human shield. He only spends time with his kid on camera because he wants people to think he's a good father, but actuality he's a bad father. And you're like, well, based on what? What are you basing this on? Well, his one son don't like him. and became a girl. And I'm like, oh, okay. Clearly, the son that became a girl doesn't have any mental problems that we need to be considering when we're taking their opinion into consideration. Clearly, this person's got some problems. God, it's such a weird fucking thing. Why isn't he spending time with his other children? Who knows, man? Who fucking cares, by the way? Who cares? And what's he crying about?
Those who were there was there. And let me see if y'all know what I'm talking about. 2021, 2020, 2022, Twitter was not like this, bro. Some thick chick that 25 gifted. This is why I be off that motherfucker. I don't be on that bitch. Twitter was not like this. And let me tell you the downfall that's gonna affect streaming too. Communities, bro. Zed alone with the 5 gifted. Communities is the most toxic shit on the planet Earth, bro. Like, it's the most toxic shit within Twitter. If they remove that, that's one step closer to a more positive space. It's not gonna be positive at all, but it's one step closer. Gang, communities are so toxic, it is actually bad. Those who were there was there. And let me see if y'all know what I'm talking about.
How people just hate the fact that people could just say what they want. They're just so bad about it. Who cares, man? You know how easy it is to block shit? Enron on January 6th will change this country forever. What the fuck? Yeah, nothing weird about that tweet. What a weird thing to say. Oh, what a lovely background. You people can't see it. Huh? Poor you. Poor you. This will work. Man, look at it. Incredible. Moose. Out in the fucking field. Incredible. Hey, Smokey, watched the first 2 videos, got 1 left. But it's time for bed. It's just so toxic. It's just so fucking toxic. It's that we need positivity. And I mean, I get what he's saying because there's probably people in his mention just calling him the N word all day and sharing Adolf Hitler speeches and stuff. The Nazi people are going to have to come to terms with the fact that they're annoying. It's not that anybody really cares that they believe these things. It's just, hey, brother, we get it. We get it. And no, we don't want to listen to your Hitler speech that AI has converted to English. I'm good, man. Uh, just relax, man. Just calm down. Because when you're too overwhelming and overbearing, that's when people's going to go, all right, man, maybe we can just ban these people. That's how it starts. Because it's like, oh my God, the annoyance. These people won't shut the fuck up. And so people say, well, hey, man, we'll just ban them. Maybe we'll just get them out of here. I mean, who likes Nazis anyway? And then next thing you know, there'll be another group of people that's kind of annoying, and people will say, oh, maybe we get rid of them too. We'll get them out of here. Like, goddamn, we don't. I mean, they're insufferable, bro. And they don't get that, you know. You don't have to slide in people's mentions all day and talk shit. When you keep doing that, eventually people just go, I gotta fucking block this retard. He's insufferable. Doesn't know when to quit. Nobody's going to sit there and listen to your mindless retard nonsense all day. You gotta realize that. You gotta pop in and out, You come in for a minute and then you leave. You go away. And maybe you come back another day and do it again, but every time he gets on Twitter, it's like, my God, his mentions are just insane. And he's like, fuck this. And eventually Elon will be like, look, we're just going to get these Nazis out of here. But if you ban the Nazis, you got to ban the goddamn. You got to ban everybody, really. There's all kinds of other people you got to ban too. They got to go. There's a bunch of leftist fucking people you got to ban because, hey, fuck their ideas too. They're annoying. So get them out of here. That's why you just got to use the block button. That's why I've always said this over the years. One of the worst things you can do is keep fucking with a person after you've been blocked. It's just time to move on at that point. Because when people cannot block you and get rid of you, then they're going to go above. Then they're going to start to figure out, okay, we need to have changes on the actual site itself. These people got to go. Get these people out of here. I can't block them. I can't get them away from me that way. So now I got to go to the people that run the site and I got to bitch and I got to moan. And if enough people do that, they go, well, fuck, man, these people are fucking our money up. They're driving people away, so they got to get rid of you. You'll figure it out one day. Like if the Nazis just did their own thing on their timeline and talks amongst themselves or whatever. But the fact that they got to continuously slide into people's mentions and just run their mouth, replying to every tweet and just being obnoxious and just continuously doing it. That's how you end up getting banned off the site completely, I'm telling you. People got to learn to just leave people the fuck alone. You got to realize that it's hard to push. Like, people love free speech, but when they realize you're using your free speech to just drive everybody out of their fucking minds all the time, like you're just fucking a menace to society. You're an annoyance. You're a pest. You're going to have a real hard time getting a lot of people to defend you if you just, every time this black guy goes live, you just call him the N word. You call him the N word, and then you fucking call him the N word again. And every time he posts, you call him the N word. It's like, you're just spamming the N word at this guy. It's going to be very hard when they ban you for you to get support when you're talking about free speech because people are just going to go, shut up, man. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about you because you're a pest. People love free speech, but they don't really care about, they don't like pests. So if you're a pest, no one's going to care about your free speech. No one's going to give a shit. All the principles go out the window. You're just annoying. Get this guy out of here. When you drive people insane, they forget their principles. They forget their beliefs. They just say, get this guy out of here. They can't take it no more. Come back on Saturday for Dragon Ball Z. I'm about to go to bed. 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to get up at 11 o'clock in the morning and go to work. And it's going to be so cold. It's going to be a cold. The next 2 weeks are going to be cold. I hope you're prepared. Because it's going to be so fucking cold. You ain't ready for this shit. You're going to wish you had a dragon ball. Dragon fire is what you're going to wish you had. To light the way. To some fucking heat. Because it's cold as fuck. What's the temperature going to be tomorrow? $30 fucking degrees. 33 fucking degrees. Great. And then tomorrow night in the 20s. When I get off work, 27 fucking degrees. 27-degree ride home. On the fucking scooter. 27 degrees. Who drinks coffee before bed? It's like taking a 5-hour energy shot and then going to sleep. Out of your mind. 21 degrees tomorrow at 4 a.m. 21. It's about to get fucking cold. Saturday, the high is 33, the low is 19 fucking degrees. Sunday, the high is 34, the low is 24. It's a winter storm. Ice and snow and fucking freezing rain. Hey, next Thursday, the low is 10, the high is 21. Oh, that high of 21. It's not going to get in the 40s for the foreseeable fucking future. For the next week and a half, it's not going to get in the 40s. It's going to be cold as fuck all fucking day long. Every time you go outside, you're going to say, holy fuck. It's a terrible time, too, because one of the zippers on my hoodie broke. So now I got one hoodie that just, you can't zip the fucking thing. Awesome. Fucking awesome, boy. I love it. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to wear it anyway. I'm going to wear all 3 of them motherfuckers for the next week and a half. Every time I leave, I'm wearing all 3 of them. I don't give a fuck. I'm wearing all 3 of them. And the jacket. Yeah, man up as you get in your car and drive to work. Man up. Freezing out there. And that wind. That fucking wind. Fucking wind. Man, where is the fuck? Did I drop that shit at? Well, 3 o'clock. I had it. There we go. What the hell? Oh, right there. I still don't have a fucking hat. It's not a good time not to have a hat and not have any money to buy a hat. I'm gonna buy one on Wednesday. Fuck it. If I get paid, I'm buying one. It's too damn cold. Fuck his shit. Too fucking cold. I hate it. I need summer back. Fuck his winter shit. Winter's cool, you know, it's kind of Christmas time. It's cold, but after that, like, fuck this. Winter storm. That'll be fun. Can't wait to walk through that. Can't wait to walk through a winter storm. I bet I'll work Sunday too. I bet I'll work 12 to fucking 9. I bet it'll be fucking pouring rain, freezing rain. A nice cold walk in the freezing rain. And then my girl will be texting me like, just take an Uber around the corner? I'm fucking spending $20 around the corner? I ain't fucking mine. I'll walk in the freezing rain. Gives a fuck. Cares. I'd rather keep the $20. In Biden's America, you need that $20. Can't use it for stupid shit like a ride. Be so nice. Thoughts on that pillow? Your thoughts on a nice pillow? A nice fucking pillow. Oh, it's still Biden's America. You still got some more time with Biden. You ain't done with Joe yet. I think Joe's gonna go out with some big moves. He ain't done. He's gonna do as much damage as possible. The damage is done. Maybe Trump will save us. Maybe we'll be able to have some food. Maybe we won't have to starve some days out of the month. Like you gotta starve. Like for the next cut until Wednesday, I've got to starve a little bit because of Joe Biden. Because you can't just go get a nice dollar McChicken anymore to get you through your day. Now you gotta fucking thanks, Joe Biden. So when you gotta pay your rent and stuff, all your bills are take all your check. You just gotta suffer. You just gotta be broke, starve, and then you gotta say, well, at least the bills are paid. You know he's gonna pardon Hunter. He ain't gonna let his son go down. Never leave a Biden behind. A Biden never leaves a Biden behind. He's just going to say Trump's going to come in and try to investigate my son, try to get vengeance on me and my son, and I wasn't going to allow it. I wasn't going to stand for it. That's how he'll sell it. And then Democrats will just go, yeah, yeah, Trump was going to come in there and he was going to fucking Hunter Biden is an innocent man. Huh? I mean, think about it. Joe Biden, this is the last few weeks of Joe Biden, and it's getting cold and it's getting dark. You're being reminded of the suffering. It's gonna be 20 degrees and you're gonna be hungry. I got no money for food. You're gonna think, God, this is terrible, Biden. You're gonna suffer. Lock in for the suffering. Trump would have won the election in 2020. I would be eating tomorrow. There wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't have all these inflation. Wouldn't have all these problems. But because you voted for Biden, you have to suffer. And then you got to hope in a couple of weeks Trump can get it under control, and maybe you can have a sandwich again. Maybe you'll be able to outwork the Indian if you get something to eat. And so you got to starve, and you still got to go to work because if you don't, you'll starve even more. Thanks a lot, Biden. Thanks a lot, Joe. Dude, I can't remember the last time I even went to McDonald's. Been a while. Too damn expensive. What's the point? I tell you what, McNuggets sound good. 20-piece McNugget with some fries. Oh my God, and a milkshake. Oh, McDonald's, that sounds good. Can't afford it, but it sounds good. Probably not 20 McNuggets, probably just 10 McNuggets. Burger King's got that $5 meal now too. Everybody copying Wendy's because Wendy's got the biggie bag. Well,